I'm Kenny Kyler, President of the Board of Education. I would like to welcome you to the February 9, 2022 board meeting. To comply with the recent state mask mandate, we ask everyone to please wear a mask. In keeping with the board's commitment to open communication with the community, this meeting is being live streamed on CCPS website at www.carrollk12.org and broadcast live on Channel 21. We are also recording this meeting so it can be accessed on demand on our website and broadcast throughout the month on Channel 21. Citizen participation is scheduled on the agenda for approximately 5:15 and 6:30. Speakers will be directed into the boardroom from the building lobby. Speakers are allotted 3 minutes to address the board. As a reminder, please silence all cell phones and other devices. Also, board members, please turn off your microphones when you're not speaking. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Can I have a motion for the approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Can I have a motion for the approval of the minutes from the January 12th, 2022 meeting? And you should have revised copies edited and read.
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
Any discussion?
Mr. Vignaz.
Yes, sorry.
I did have one thing that I wanted to add to the bottom of page 5, where it says, they are hopeful this change in quarantine procedures will take some of the workload off of our school nurses. I just wanted to add the comment, and keep healthy kids in school. It was really a twofold situation, right? I just want to make sure that we recognize that what we were attempting to do is keep healthy kids in school.
Okay. Ms. Mystery?
On page 7, when it says, Ms. Mystery added that CCSJ had an executive board meeting where the state representative to the board. It should be where the student representative to the board.
Which page was that?
Page 7.
Page 7.
Any other comments or additions?
And on the following paragraph, when it says, lastly, yesterday evening was the last rehearsal for the all-county middle school orchestra and all-county high school orchestra. It should be, yesterday evening was the first rehearsal.
Any others? All those in favor of the revised minutes?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Approved. Carroll County Student Government Report.
Good evening, board members. CCSGA recently held 2 staff meetings, one a few weeks ago and one just yesterday, and we finalized our Schwab election process for this year. We are delighted to have Abigail Kashan, an 8th grader from East Middle School, as our new second vice president for this year. We have been really glad to have the middle school voice finally be represented at our meetings. And my vice president, Nikki Zhang, Devanshi, and I recently met with 5 out of the 7 high schools virtually in order to inform them of this year's new election processes. And we just wanted them to advertise the position to their respective student delegates. Applications for Schwab are due on February 11th, which is in 2 days, so we ask that last-minute applicants turn those in as soon as possible. The executive board looks forward to reviewing all of the amazing candidates. We also plan to hold our primary Schwab election on February 24th, semi-virtually with the CCSJ delegates. In the event that we are unable to hold our primary on the 24th, we will be focusing our attention on the general election on March 15th. Lastly, we are planning to hold an Advocacy Day trip to Annapolis sometime in March to meet with our senators and visit the state capitol, and hopefully some student leaders will be able to benefit from this experience. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. Public comments, Mrs. Battaglia?
To have an orderly presentation of comments by the public, the following guidelines apply. Speakers will be allowed in the boardroom individually for the allotted 3 minutes to address the board. Citizens not appearing in person for public comment can write to the board through email or U.S. mail. Citizen participation is not intended to be a question-answer session. However, if citizens have specific questions, the superintendent will assign a staff member to make contact during the board meeting to arrange a time to respond to questions. The superintendent and board reserve the right to correct misinformation presented as factual after the conclusion of the citizen participation period. Statements to the board should relate to recent agenda items, an agenda item that is expected to appear in the future, or a matter of general policy over which the board has authority. Personnel matters, pending appeals, the actions or statements of individual staff, or items related to employee negotiations are not appropriate topics and may not be discussed. It is the intent of the board to allow all citizens an opportunity to speak. Therefore, the board has scheduled time on the agenda for citizen participation at approximately 5:15 and 6:30. The board reserves the right to limit the number of speakers on a particular topic so that all topics may be addressed. If 30 minutes has passed and there are citizens who have not addressed the board, additional time may be allotted later in the meeting. Comments are limited to 3 minutes or less. All comments should be directed to the board members at the dais. When the allotted time expires, the speaker is permitted to complete a sentence. Citizens may have any handouts for board members on the table at the back of the boardroom. Please do not approach the dais. Additionally, the public may not display signs or posters during the board meeting. In lieu of signs, or if you are unable to complete your comments in the allotted time, individuals are encouraged to submit remarks to the board meeting in writing. Those seated in the audience are asked to be respectful of the speaker and refrain from commenting to the speaker or to the board members. The first speaker will be Josh Triplezowski.
Last meeting, some board members with no educational background or teaching experience ignored the voices of teachers regarding the political neutrality policy. In doing so, they sided with Moms for Liberty and a small group of concerned parents for Carroll County. The Moms for Liberty and concerned parents who got up here one by one and told you they wanted to track teachers. Ironically, they advocated for political neutrality by reading off a list of Republicans and denouncing CCPS teachers as indoctrinated students with a leftist liberal ideology. After hearing these Moms for Liberty and concerned parents of Carroll County, we then heard some board members say, well, I don't think parents want to track teachers, and tracking teachers isn't the intent of the policy. Then people who actually have time in the classroom told us what the effects of the policy will be, intended or unintended, and that the policy is politically motivated, hampers teaching in the classroom, and will drive good teachers away from CCPS. Concerned parents like to say they don't hate their opposition, they just think they're misguided. Misguided is threatening to pull your kids out of CCPS over masks when your kids don't even attend CCPS schools. Misguided is throwing a tantrum with kids' shoes and then telling people you donated those shoes when the truth is the shoes were dumped at the CCPS building. An employee had to clean them up since you all refused to take them away. Thank you, Moms for Liberty and concerned parents of Carroll County, for showing us what whitewashed history looks and sounds like. I'm almost done here because I know Marxist communist talking points are dying to get up here. As I've said before, the Marxist communist talking point has been used against every major civil rights event and leader by gullible sheeple who choose to live their lives ignorant and in fear. If you want to stand in the way of equality, keep calling everything Marxist communist, but history will not be kind to you. Moms for Liberty continue to ban books across the country. Just after Holocaust Remembrance Day, Moms for Liberty got Mouse banned in Tennessee. We all know this harmless educational book about the Holocaust. Moms for Liberty like to say they're curating, not banning. Well, you are what Google says you are, and when you Google Moms for Liberty in books, both the left and right say Moms for Liberty exists to ban or censor books. Moms for Liberty also like to say they are nonpartisan, which is laughable. Moms for Liberty is funded by Republicans, and they host events for Carroll County Republicans. Being Republican is fine, but lying about it is pathetic. If we're being honest with ourselves, it makes a mockery of nonpartisan school boards. Like state and federal anti-discrimination laws, the bullying policy must differentiate between hate-based and non-hate-based bullying for those in protected classes of society. To protect students from the same bullying we witnessed here last meeting, you board members sat by and watched as a brave CCPS student spoke about their preferred gender pronouns and then was targeted by an adult rant about feelings, facts, and taxes. It takes zero effort to use someone's preferred pronouns, but then again, it also takes a little empathy.
Again, please make sure we are only addressing board members when you're speaking. Thank you. Next speaker, Nikki, I'm sorry if I pronounce this incorrectly. Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm an active parent in Carroll County Public Schools. Before that, I was an educator, so it's from those two perspectives that I speak tonight. I have two stories to share about my children's education in the past several weeks. Last week, my straight A, high-achieving fourth grader came home from school and for the first time ever told me he was stupid. He had seen his MCAP scores, and like more than 90% of students in Maryland in his grade, his scores were not in the exceeds expectations category, and one was even approaching expectations. I, of course, explained to him that he was not stupid, that this is the result of the two weirdest educational years in history, and that his teachers were using those scores to see what they needed to work on. And several parents I've talked to since last week have said that their children came home with similar scores and had similar reactions. My second anecdote comes from my sixth grader school. He just finished his outdoor school week and he loved it. It was awesome. However, just the week prior, his school was warned that one of the days might be virtual. Not because of weather, but because of a shortage of nurses. Without enough nurses and subs, the outdoor school nurses would be pulled to cover any other school in the district, leaving a school without a nurse and unable to open. This school district has a multitude of crises on their hands. Staff shortages, pervasive bullying, and low MCAT scores across the board, not to mention imminent growth in Southern Carroll that necessitates a school redistricting committee. Tonight, you will most likely see a parade of parents informing you of non-existent crises. Mask mandates, CRT indoctrination. These are manufactured problems that will distract you from the job you are here to do if you allow it. I urge you to focus tonight on substantive issues you can control. Let's start with staff shortages. Our teachers, IAs, bus drivers, and nurses don't need tip lines and threats. They need your respect and competitive wages. These professionals care for our kids all day, 5 days a week, so let's treat them as such. With an already established protocol for handling staff infractions, tip lines are duplicative, wasting our money and our efforts. You need to focus on the rampant bullying in our schools. For months, you've had parents and students present their experiences with bullying, and to address this, you have added a limitation of liability and changed some wording. That's not enough. Our kids need more. They need to feel protected and safe with trusted adults who will look out for them. They need timeliness and a clear action plan to address bullying. Staff need support and resources to educate students on bullying. There needs to be a distinction for hate-based bullying that targets a specific demographic and educational resources to rehabilitate bullies. I'd like to see an official council of students, staff, and parents come together to determine the most effective protocol to handle bullying and to ensure that it meets the aims of creating a safe space for all students. Finally, you need to focus on learning loss. If you handle my first two aims, this last one will be much easier. Last year was a Band-Aid year, and now we all need to recover. And our students need time, ample resources, highly qualified staff, and safe spaces for all of them. Any conversation tonight that isn't about those things is a waste of your time and a waste of our kids' resources. Our kids need you to focus.
Next speaker is Wendy Novak.
Tonight, I'm going to read remarks prepared by another mom that couldn't be here tonight. Last week, our kids got their report cards and MCAP scores. The scores confirm something we all knew in our hearts, that the kids in Carroll are in trouble. 77% of sixth graders are below grade level in math. 75% are below in ELA. Of course, there are many reasons for this, but I want to focus on one small issue. These meetings, I haven't seen much focus on education here. We talk about masks, politics, neutrality policy, tracking teachers, but very little about the education crisis we are in. So my question is, who are we responsible to? Are we responsible to those kids who are obviously struggling,
or are we responsible to select parent groups that come each month? Masks? Why are we still talking about this? You advocated hard for them against masks. You went against the state, and in doing so, our community lost control. Now, as the pandemic shifts, kids get vaccinated, we can't adjust. Political neutrality, 6 months rewriting a policy to address a manufactured crisis. Okay, at what cost? We don't talk about the actual education crisis that is happening and how to address it. Instead, we spend time on endless culture war nonsense. What's next? Book banning? Semantic arguments about equity versus equality? Eliminating DEI because some folks think it sounds like CRT? Let me be clear. You are not solely responsible to me. I'm just one mom. But you aren't responsible to just one group of parents either. You are responsible to all the children of Carroll County. They are the most important stakeholders, and 75% of them are below grade level. I appreciate what you are doing here, trying to hear people out, but what I see here doesn't accurately reflect the Carroll County I've called home for 20 years. Most parents I know want their kids to have a quality education and want schools to be safe, welcoming, and inclusive environment for everyone. So my ask is that we start focusing on facts, and the facts are that our kids are woefully behind, that this could have lifelong implications, that our schools don't have the resources they need to meet the need, and the rest of this is distracting noise. Thank you.
Belinda Lawson. There are so many things I could speak on tonight. The useless mask mandate that does absolutely nothing to slow the spread, the exposure of the corrupt organization, and how BLM has caused 1,500 Black deaths and stolen $60 million using race-shaming tactics. The mothers of the victims that have been calling out BLM publicly for the last year, and many, many other Black Americans like myself. I could discuss the 30% crime increase this organization has caused, fueling movements like Defund the Police, the very people that protect crime-ridden communities. I am sad and hurt that the same organization found its way into our school system through the emotions of teachers, compelling them to discuss false ideologies and statements that were not facts. They compelled teachers to have lessons plans based on falsehoods like 1619. We have all been tricked, and this has taken its toll on the minds of our educators, but also the minds and attitudes of our children. The community, parents, teachers, and agencies need to come together and help these children. Groups need to stop fighting each other and focus on the problem, the school system bound by federal laws and restrictions. This is not parents versus teachers. This is not a fight against the school system itself, but the Board of Education can put policies in place to counteract the negative effect these policies are having in the schools on children and the staff. You should be doing everything you can locally to create, enforce, and hold these accountable that break legitimate policies to send a strong message that we will not tolerate our children being victims, and we will not be used as pawns in this government political game anymore. We need to stand together as one unit and rise up and do something. Parents, teachers, the police department, agencies like CCPS, and local community groups. I am calling on your help, speaking on behalf of the mothers of the victims in your school systems. I am asking for a motion to be put forward to hold those accountable for cyberbullying when it's towards another child within the school system. Free speech is one thing, but when it affects another in the same system, this can easily be considered assault, and there should be consequences. For multiple students to add their faces on a post and suggest another student commit suicide, this is wrong, and those students should be held accountable. I'm also asking for the board to put forward a motion to amend the politically neutral policy to add a mechanism to hold those accountable. If you don't do this, that would be a slap in the face to every single parent who just wants their classroom or just wants their kids' classrooms to be politically neutral. We now know from historical records that the main reason for the execution and murder of the estimated 300 Black Americans during Black Wall Street race riots
was because of lies that were spread through the community through their local newspaper.
Please finish your sentence.
This horrible event in organizations like BLM is proof that biased media does have a major effect on the community, and it can cause major problems and even death. Thank you.
Caitlin Edmondson.
Hold on. Good evening. My name is Caitlin Edmondson. First, I want to say thank you to the board members. I know that you are in this fight with us. I also want to say thank you to the concerned parents of Carroll County and Moms for Liberty. Thank you to all the parents fighting for their children. I commend every single one of you. I'm a solutions person, not a create more problems for the sake of creating problems type of person. November 2nd, COVID shots were made available for all school-age children. That means anyone who wanted to choose that option to protect themselves or to protect their children have now had a little over 14 weeks to do so. Sufficient time and multiple options have been available to everyone who wants extra protections. There are so many mitigation strategies like N95 respirators or whatever this thing is called. This one only protects the wearer, so anyone else can choose to wear this. It's a smile in case you haven't seen one in a while. And don't worry, I was holding my breath. As Dr. McBride from Johns Hopkins recommended, at this point it is time to remove the mandate on masks. There has been enough time to evaluate the options, assess the data, and make a personal choice. With regard to the off-ramps that the state has provided, please don't feed me lies that this is out of concern for the health of our children, especially when our children are handling this virus about the same or better as any seasonal flu. Bureaucrats with their one-size-fits-all solutions would rather push an experimental shot that does not prevent you from getting COVID and that does not prevent you from spreading COVID. An experimental shot that is also known to have serious adverse reactions and to cause myocarditis, especially in younger males. Why are they not counting the number of students and teachers who have had COVID, which is proven to give long-lasting immunity? Why isn't the percentage of people who have gotten the virus and survived an off-ramp? Because it's not about that, right? And at this point, we need to do away with the off-ramps completely. As parents, we know the risks, and the choice should be up to us. Last week, my heart broke for my 6-year-old daughter, who came home crying, begging me to stop sending her to school where she had to wear masks, begging me to send her to another school that would not make her wear masks. She's 6 years old. I don't have a lot of options. I'm a single mom. I can't pull her in the middle of the school year. Carroll County was supposed to be mask optional. I'm angry, I'm disappointed, and I'm frustrated. I want to know what is being done to stop this. Make it optional. Do something. I continue to urge our board to push the state to stop their draconian tactics and let us live our lives as free and brave Marylanders, as proud Americans. We need the state to know that continuing this policy is unacceptable. It is unconstitutional what the state has done by overriding local jurisdictions. Enough is enough. I'm tired of saying this. It has been enough for far too long.
Please finish your sentence.
Thank you. God bless.
Gary Foote.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Lockhart, and Commissioner Weaver. At the start of the spring semester, as my Mod 1 AP Physics with Calculus students entered the classroom, I soon noticed a glaring fact. The class was all male, all white. In over 20 years of teaching advanced physics of one kind or another, this was the first time the population had been this homogeneous. And yes, this is a problem. Scientific progress relies on problem solving and collaboration. Groups composed of persons of diverse backgrounds are more creative and innovative. Scientists with different perspectives ask different questions. When that diversity is lacking, those questions never get asked, let alone answered. Physics with Calculus is a gateway course for almost any STEM career. If we are truly saying over half our population need not apply, we can expect some serious problems sooner rather than later. Now, you might say that there was equality of opportunity, that everyone had the same chance to enroll, and those who choose not to, well, that was a choice. Except Physics with Calculus is a class that requires a whole series of prerequisites. And in order to be ready for the class, the preparation starts in elementary school. And I might also add, so does the sorting. When I first started teaching in 1991, we had discussions about how education involved more sorting than actual teaching and learning. Here we are 30 years later, and it seems as if we still have the same problem. A senior female student I had in 9th grade stopped me in the hall just the other day, excited about the fact that she had been accepted into criminal justice program at James Madison. And yes, that's wonderful. But I did think to myself that perhaps there had been something I could have said or done differently that would have encouraged her to try something different. And of course, STEM is certainly not for everyone, but we certainly also should make sure that the field does not represent such a narrow slice of our population. Unfortunately, this kind of concern too often is relegated to a committee that meets irregularly and results in very little positive action. I am describing a problem that has existed since the beginning of public education in America and has been discussed for at least a generation. Positive action, not so much. I am willing to accept my share of responsibility and would be happy to share some of my plans for addressing this if you are interested. But of course, this is not just a problem that exists in AP Physics. How is the school system addressing the same problem that exists in many other areas of our operation?
Thank you, Gary. Maureen Aversa.
Good evening. My name is Maureen Aversa, and I've had children in the Carroll County school system for 16 years. I was employed as a substitute for several years and was an active member of the Ebb Valley PTA. I have seen the good, the construction and opening of Ebb Valley, excellent teachers and supportive staff, the bad, the closing of North Carroll and the subsequent overcrowding at Manchester Valley, and the occasional teacher who couldn't follow a 504. And I've also seen the sheer ugly, having the principal at Man Val removed, demoted, and sent to other schools before his eventual arrest and conviction for child pornography. Through all of that, we had a pretty good experience here at Carroll County Public Schools. And never in my life did I think I would be standing here addressing you thinking, oh, thank God we only have 3.5 years left. When you should have been talking about an enhanced virtual option, you were talking about masks. When you should have been talking about learning loss, you were talking about masks. When you should have been talking about the mental health of our students, you were talking about masks. And when you should have been talking about the students who stood before you sharing their stories of hate in our schools, you were talking about masks. When you should have been talking about how to better support teachers, school staff, bus drivers, again, you were talking about masks. And I could go on, but I think you get the point. Countless hours of your time, my time, and the community's time has been wasted. Enough is enough. If this board had not thought we were special in Carroll County and had done the right thing for our students and community by requiring the masks, the state would not have stepped in and mandated them. They would not have had to do it. You did this. And now we are stuck under state control. How much more time are we going to waste trying to fight the state on this? Our students and teachers are struggling. Stop pandering to your perceived base and start doing what is right for our schools. Stop trying to find problems that don't exist. In the 16 years that we have been part of the CCPS community, there have been a few occasions where I was concerned about something that my kid said, a teacher said. And guess what I did? I talked to the teacher. I didn't need a form to report them. There was a book or two that was assigned that I thought was a little heavy. So guess what I did? I read the book and talked about it with my kid. I didn't try to get it banned. It's time for this board to get back to being the bipartisan board you were elected to be. Thank you.
Next speaker is Tom Scanlon. Did I say it right again? All right, so there we go. Been practicing.
Thanks, Dara. Hey, okay, I'm running for the Board of Education still. It goes without saying that bullying, harassment, and intimidation have no place in our schools and in our community. And as I've said before, this framework must come from the top on down. Each school must create an atmosphere of kindness and inclusion. The revised policy you will be voting on tonight is no panacea, but it is a step in the right direction. Taking the problem on will require a multi-tiered strategy. Peer-to-peer programs like Sources of Strength should be encouraged in all our schools. Restorative justice is another program that research shows to be effective in decreasing disruptive behaviors. Trauma-informed schools is a whole school approach that is also shown to be highly effective. So we know that much of the harassment and intimidation goes unreported. So it is imperative that we create that safe space where students feel comfortable to report. And I want to point out that because of confidentiality laws, a lot happens on the school level that we never hear about. And those responsibilities fall on our hardworking administrators and school counselors. And speaking of school counselors, we are in the middle of School Counselor Week. And these folks wear a lot of hats. When I was in high school in a previous century, I met with my guidance counselor one time to talk about college. And that's not the way it is anymore. School counselors are integral to helping all students with their academic, career, and social emotional development, from day one to graduation. And this ties into the bullying piece because when a student is in crisis, they usually turn to their school counselor. The American Association of School Counselors advocates for one school counselor for every 250 students. We're doing pretty well at the high school level, but at the middle school and elementary levels, we're not even close. And Carroll County has a total of 9 mental health therapists. 6 are dedicated to the BEST programs, so that leaves 3 to cover the rest of the school system, except they only work with students with IEPs. That means the mental health needs of all our regular education students is the responsibility of our school counselors. So I understand that it is not the school system's job to fix every problem. That is impossible. But we should be adding positions, which is not in the budget. As a matter of fact, tonight's budget proposal cuts almost $11.7 million from instructional salaries and wages. My question is, how are we going to make up for lost learning, meet the needs of meet the academic and mental health needs of our students, and this is a big and attract and retain the best educators while cutting $11.7 million from instructional salaries? So thank you for listening.
Thanks. Just a clarification, and we'll discuss this later in the budget section. We don't have a proposal to cut $11.7 million from our instructional salaries. So I just wanted to clarify that, and we'll get into that more a little bit later on. Thank you.
Next speaker is Sarah Starr.
Hi, I'm here tonight to suggest that it's well past time for this board to do more to accommodate the needs of its teachers and support staff. I'm heartened by some comments that have already been made tonight, but I respectfully submit that this is not the year to pick fights over masks, over politics in the classroom, school library holdings. It should have been obvious that it would be a mistake to go into the school year without a robust virtual learning option in place. Similarly, it should have been obvious in the face of dramatically increased social, behavioral, and academic student needs that significant additional investments in teachers and support staff were warranted this year. Your teachers are not lazy, they are not greedy, they are not unprofessional, as some have been allowed to insinuate in these meetings. Rather, your teachers, and by extension your students, have been operating in crisis mode for nearly 2 years straight. Your professionals are understandably exhausted and in need of relief. I think perhaps you understand this, but you have not fully yet thought through all the consequences. In December, one of the teacher representatives came before you and made the exceedingly modest request for 5 additional half-days that might be put toward catch-up and prep work. To all appearances, you gave this request exactly no consideration. As we work toward finishing out the year and begin to look toward renewing contract negotiations, I'm asking you to please do better. Stop picking fights and intensifying divisions within this community. Whether you realize it or not, you are decimating a generation of teachers and, in the process, making this county markedly less livable. I will remind you that teachers and support staff are part of your constituency too. You best serve the parents and children of this community by making sure that your professionals have the resources they need, including time, in order to do their jobs properly. It's against protocol, but I didn't know that, and I just want to beg indulgence to our CCPS teachers and staff, including specialists, lunch ladies, bus drivers, you name it. We see you. Parents see you. We see your extraordinary efforts to keep our kids happy, safe, and continuing to learn throughout this pandemic. We see the enormous sacrifices this work has entailed and the toll it's taking on you and on your families. We see it and we're grateful for your selflessness, but the current circumstances do not feel sustainable over the long haul. The well-being of our children and of our community as a whole are both deeply connected to your own. So please take care and know that there are families in this community that are rooting for you and who support you in your efforts to secure the resources you need to help all of us come through this difficult time together. Thank you.
Lizzie Sullivan.
The 14th Amendment states, "No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws." The Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution prohibits states from denying any person within its territory the equal protection of the laws. This means that a state must treat an individual in the same manner as others in similar conditions and circumstances. The Equality Act says it's only unlawful discrimination if you're treated unfairly because of certain reasons. Age is one of the protected characteristics. Age discrimination is where you are treated unfairly because of your age or because you're part of a certain age group. Equal protection forces a state to govern impartially, not draw distinctions between individuals solely on differences that are irrelevant to a legitimate governmental objective. I just finished government, if you can't tell. I learned about civil rights for all people according to the Constitution of the United States of America. See, Mr. Patterson, I was paying attention. Us children are being treated unfairly due to our ages. All across Maryland, the mask mandates have been lifted. Medical doctors all over the world have said we have to live with COVID because it is never going to go away. The only people in the state being left masked are us children. My older brother stays stuffy all the time now and has been getting nosebleeds. My little sister has increased anxiety due to the masks. My little brother had to get an exemption to wear a face shield because he can't catch his breath due to asthma. But the face shield even has its downsides too. I have already missed 12 days in school due to being sick 3 times. If the masks really worked, I would not have been sick 3 times in 3 months. None of the students can tell when a teacher might be joking about something and trying to have fun with us or if they are being serious, because we can't see their facial expressions. I have new friends that I have made in school, and I would never know who they were if I saw them walking around town because I don't know what they look like with their masks off. We feel like no one cares about what we think and how we feel except our parents, who have no control over these mask mandates. A friend of mine has been dealing with depression, and I can't see her face to know how she is doing every day. The only time in high school we get mask breaks is if we are eating. The elementary school only gets one mask break, but not if the weather is bad. The middle school also gets no mask breaks. At least adults could walk outside or close their office door to just be able to breathe air and give themselves a break. Between bus rides and school, we are masked for 7.5 hours per day. Stores, stadium, government buildings, restaurants, and more all over Maryland will not mandate masks anymore. The adults can't handle wearing masks all day, so they are allowing mask mandates to expire. But what about us? Are us kids the only ones at fault for spreading the virus? Because that is how we are starting to feel. Wearing a mask should be a personal choice, and we should be allowed to have the same choice if our parents let us as the adults do. Are we really in this together? Please give our parents the right to choose to unmask us. Thank you.
Next speaker is Rachel Telkamp.
Good evening, board members. I'd like to thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I was going to open today with some quotes from articles reviewing the data on masks and their ineffectiveness, but honestly, what's the point? Data and facts don't seem to matter to our leaders anymore. The science has not changed, the political consequences have. That is the only reason we are seeing a shift in the lifting of mask mandates in schools all throughout the country. We have known for over a year now that cloth masks do nothing to stop the spread and that the vast majority of children do not die from this disease. Yet here we still are trying to just make masks optional. You want me to stop talking about the masks, then make them optional. So I want to know who is lying here. Our governor said yesterday there is no mask mandate and the local boards have the control. So I want to know who is lying. Someone please explain to me how an unelected body, MSD, can create a law through the AELR, a subcommittee that is actually enforceable and carries any sort of authority. According to Article 9 of the Constitution of Maryland Declaration of Rights, it says, no power of suspending laws or the execution of laws unless by or derived from the legislature ought to be exercised or allowed. As far as I can tell, and according to the governor, this so-called law in Comar did not derive from the legislature, but by the unelected MSDE. What am I missing here? Legal counsel, please explain this. The fact that I can't understand it without a law degree is ridiculous. If what our governor says is true, then let's take the masks off right now. The bottom line is our children should not be forced to wear a mask for one more second, period. Our leaders have used our children as a pawn in their political agenda, and we are done with it. I can promise you this, my children are not wearing a mask next year. I will show up to school with them maskless every day and force you to do the wrong thing and not educate my children if I have to. I will do this every day until the masks are optional. We are done with this. I am sick of the only thing people caring about is whether a person has COVID or has died from COVID. Nobody seems to care about any other illness. Nobody seems to care about the detrimental physiological and health effects of slapping medical grade PPE on children for 8 hours a day. Nobody seems to care that we have a 51% increase in young girls' self-harming behavior. Nobody seems to care about a 23% cognitive decline across the nation in our children. Nobody seems to consider the negative ramifications of people hiding 3/4 of their face every day for years on end. No, but this is all just a distraction. This is all just gaslighting. Give me a break. I do not believe our leaders and MSD when they say they're doing this because they care about my child's health. They do not know me, and they do not know my children. They are not the people who know what my children need or what is best for them. My husband and I are. And frankly, the fact that MSD thinks they know better than parents is insulting. All of us parents asked for was a choice, optional masking. If someone a vax boost N95 mask their children until the end of time, that is their prerogative. But give us the choice. N95 masks are meant to protect the wearer, so it should not matter whether other children are masked or not. We need the masks off now. This is not going away. This is endemic. We need to learn to live with it. I'm begging you, Board of Ed, please continue fighting for us. Just stand up and say, we're not enforcing this anymore. We need you to fight for parental choice. We need you to fight for what is best for our children. Thank you.
Joseph Hamilton.
Good evening, board members. February, as I'm sure you're all aware, is a Black History Month. I've seen several social media posts from CCPS highlighting local educational opportunities about Black history for our children, and I want to applaud this dedication to teaching diverse history and viewpoints to our students. Black History Month has roots as far back as 1915, but was only established nationally in 1976 by President Ford. It has been repeatedly decreed each February by each president since. Many in the community are familiar with common Black history stories, such as the agricultural innovations of George Washington Carver, the bravery of Rosa Parks on a Montgomery bus, and Dr. King's I Have a Dream speech. These are the comfortable stories that celebrate African American achievements, but there are uncomfortable stories that we don't acknowledge as well. For instance, did you know that 2 months after the end of the Civil War, on June 19, 1865, Texas was still practicing slavery until federal troops arrived to announce freedom to a largely illiterate population of slaves, and that's why we celebrate Juneteenth. Or that several plantation owners still had slaves until after the harvest season ended in 1965. I wonder how many know about Townsend Cook, a 20-year-old black man who was lynched by 40 men in June 1865, just down the street from this very building. Many Marylanders would choose to believe that Jim Crow only existed in Deep South, but Maryland had its own share of laws restricting the rights of black citizens. Interracial marriage was allowed in Maryland after 1867, but in 1884, the state passed a law avoiding all interracial marriages, and that stood until the 1967 Supreme Court decision. Maryland Law School admitted black students in 1885, but decided to stop in 1890. These stories are part of our past, no matter how uncomfortable we may feel about them. The recent push for more political neutrality has led some states to adopt laws and practices to restrict teaching these more sensitive subjects in schools altogether. It's not just black history that's affected by this. As recently as 2019, Montgomery County State Senator Kramer introduced a bill in the state legislature to require the state education department to formalize educational plans to teach middle and high school students about the Holocaust. Even though it didn't pass, the state superintendent Salmon at the time pledged to develop plans to make sure students learned about the Holocaust and anti-Semitism to ensure it never happens again. I know COVID probably derailed these plans, but my 8th grader hasn't had any education about this up through this year. Senator Kramer said he may actually introduce the bill again, so hopefully. As a parent in Carroll County, please make sure our children learn all of our history, both the good and the bad, so we don't repeat these mistakes. Spanish philosopher George Santayana said, "Those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it." We need to make sure our students learn this history to prepare them for the world they will enter, not just in Carroll County, but in Maryland and beyond. I urge this board, as you look to keep our classrooms politically neutral, avoid the extreme measure of removing uncomfortable history from our classrooms. Our students need these lessons and this knowledge for their success, and to make sure our history going forward is one of pride and honor. Thank you.
Next speaker is Kate Martin.
I am a fighter. I'm competitive. I'm driven to be the best that I can be. My family is my why. I've done my research, I've listened, and I've been patient. For those that know me, patience is my biggest downfall. I've been slapped in the face, and boy, did it wake me up. I don't know about you, but the fact that the state of Maryland, only 2% of students are meeting the expectations in math is downright scary. What have we done to our kids? They're depressed, they're anxious, they're suicidal, they have increased aggression, they're bullying, they're being tormented, they're scared, they're unsafe. Put a mask on if you want. You're not going to save them, and it's not going to keep them safe. They're still going to get the flu. They can still transmit the flu to others. Give them the jab. Nothing changes. Open your eyes. To those who think my child has great teachers, I don't doubt you. We did too. In fact, since we moved here in 2014, we have only come across one teacher who I would say wasn't qualified to teach the subject matter. Our teachers can't win. They're done. They hate their job. They're counting down the days till they're retiring. They've been given orders to pass your children at all expenses. Don't grade on participation. Don't give below a 59%. Accept nothing is everything. Yes, your child might have straight A's, but what does that mean? Everything's on a bell curve. Nothing matters. There's no boundaries in the classroom. There's no expectations. The path to graduation is an absolute joke. It's pathetic. Children need boundaries. They need expectations in order to thrive. They need to feel failure. They need to feel success. Stop with the safe nonsense. A flag in the room, hearing police are bad, white are racist, blacks are oppressed. You should be called by your chosen pronoun. You choose your gender and we won't tell your parents what you tell us. Take a pill. This is the new normal because you're anxious, you feel unsafe, or you're having panic attacks. Throw any of us in that setting, and who wouldn't be stuck in this pattern of grief? It's been 2 years. It's time to get back to the basics. For our kids' sake, don't accept this. Don't accept what has been given to us. Demand more for our children. Fight for their education. They're literally lowering the metrics. They flat out told us at the last board meeting, they're lowering the metrics to make sure a certain percentage fit in the meeting expectations category. Who are they fooling? Are you okay with this? I'm not. What did I do? I pulled my last 2 out of public school 2 days after the last board meeting because I'm sick of it. I'll remain in this fight for your children because they play with my children. But you need to come to the harsh realization that what's happening in public schools is a war on your children. They have done this on purpose, and it will continue until you make it stop. Thank you.
Joseph Seska.
There is often a disconnection between what we think we're doing and what we're actually doing. Nowhere is this more prevalent than in those that follow the narratives of the corporate mainstream press. We all remember how we were fighting for Iraqi freedom in the Iraq War, and the response to the 2008 financial crisis was a help to working Americans. None of these things turned out to be true, just as diversity, equity, and inclusion has nothing to do with diversity, equity, and inclusion. True diversity is defined as differences in worldview, unlike racial diversity, which means to substitute people of different colors so things can look a certain way. It is superficial. Equity is defined as common rules that we all abide by so no one has an unfair advantage. Why does DEI punish black and white kids differently? Why does DEI policy change the rules to suit the lowest common denominator? Inclusion is defined as the incorporation of many different people into one group. Why then does DEI policy separate people into different groups and pit one against the other by saying one oppresses the other? If none of these things sound familiar to you, then you do not know what agenda you push. What is happening on the TV screen is not what is happening in the classroom, where it matters. DEI policy is Marxism. I do not use this word lightly. Marxism destroys civilized societies. Marxism focuses on class conflict, victim and oppressor. We have just learned that this narrative is being taught as fact in our classrooms. What more proof do you need that Marxism is here? Here, white people are the oppressors and black people are the victims. Historical racism is used as a vehicle to justify this narrative, and many fall for it. Today's disparities are not a result of contemporary racism. Racist culture in America is largely gone. It is not 1950 anymore. The racial work has been done. If there was significant racism, we would still be living with Jim Crow laws. However, current disparities are a result of you, Democrats, and your economic policies. I know you mean well, but alas, the disconnection between intention and outcome rears its head. The war on poverty hasn't worked. 60 years and $20 trillion has proven to worsen the situation. However, you can fix this. You can fix this right now. You can be the heroes of our time by simply no longer supporting policies that have proven not to work. This includes diversity, equity, and inclusion policy. The welfare of our black communities is squarely in your hands. Make the choice. Thank you.
Next speaker is AJ Hart.
Hello, my name is AJ Hart. I am 11 years old and I go to St. John's School. Even though it's a private school, we still have to follow the masking rules that the Maryland Board of Ed decides on. I really like school and I like my friends and my teachers, but it's really hard to hear my teachers sometimes, and I can't understand my friends when we're supposed to be working together on projects. I have ADHD, which makes distractions extra hard, and the mask is a really big distraction because it gets in the way and takes my mind away from work. I think there is too much focus on wearing our masks properly and making sure we are following the masking rules when we should really be focused on learning. Also, I have asthma, so when I wear my mask over my nose, I can barely breathe. All I think about is breathing. In music, I want to be able to participate, but it's really hard to sing with the mask. My teacher says that we especially have to wear it in music, and that I will need to sit out in the hallway if I don't wear it the right way. I have a 4-year-old brother, and the other day he threw up at school. When my mom asked him where he threw up, he told us all over his mask. I know it's really embarrassing and disgusting to throw up at school, but it must have been really uncomfortable too, since it was dripping all over his face. Everyone knows that COVID doesn't hurt kids. All my friends who have gotten it have only had a cold. It seems to me that the adults just want to make it miserable for the kids. I don't know any adults who have to wear the masks all day, except for the teachers, and that's not really fair to them either. At the Super Bowl, you will see all of the people there without wearing masks, cheering and being really close to each other for hours. But then we will need to go and sit in school wearing masks the next day. It doesn't make any sense. If COVID was really a threat to kids, I know my parents would protect me and my siblings from it, but it isn't. I'm encouraging all of you at the Board of Ed to fight for us kids. We really need you to. Thank you for listening to my speech.
Very brave, young man, very brave. Good job. I'm sorry if I say this last name incorrect. Sarah McElvin? Thank you.
All right, so I want to first thank our Board of Education for supporting a mask optional school year for us in June of 2021, in August of 21, and still today. I understand that the state illegally took the decision from our local government, and Governor Larry Hogan allowed it to happen. However, we the people, your community, us taxpayers, and your neighbors have an expectation for you to continue to fight for our American rights and freedoms and for what is morally right at this time. You are our loudest voice at the state level. I am here as a mom of 3 elementary school children to put my plea into perspective. We have all heard so many times the scientific and medical evidence that the required masks that children are being forced to wear do not prevent the communicable diseases or the spread of the viruses such as COVID or the flu. We also know definitively how detrimental they have been to their development. Their relationships have suffered, their education has suffered. Our most recent test scores have proven that beyond a doubt. Their development is being stunted, and they are living separated in fear and in uncertainty. They are lonely in a world that was designed for community. We are no longer navigating the unknown. Mask optional supporters have been very respectful and compliant for almost 2 years. I withdrew my kids from public school and I homeschooled them for the 2021 school year so they weren't subjected to the tyranny, so they didn't have to spend most of their day behind a mask. My kids have the right to a public education. They have the right to see smiles, to hear their teacher's instruction, to be heard, to breathe, and to communicate through expression. How long do you expect us to comply before we defy? Please use the authority you have and the power you were given as elected members of this board to calm the storm. I am asking you to ensure there will be no punishment or discipline of any kind for our children and for the parents who arrive and attend schools without a mask. We will have to fight at some point. I don't want division in our community. I am not asking for a mask ban, and I have no judgment to those who exercise their freedom to wear one. Please don't force our hand. We are law-abiding citizens, and our children are not rule breakers, and they don't want to be that. But enough is enough. I don't want the fight, but I'm willing to show up for it. We don't want to explain to our children why it's going to be okay for them to break the rules. Please lift the illegal mask mandates that are abusive so that we don't have to do that. If we start sending our children unmasked while you are still enforcing a mandate, it will be disruptive. Teachers and principals and staff We'll have to take time from the classes to deal with this if you choose to hold them responsible for kids being masked in the building. We don't want that, but we are at the end of our rope with it. Homeschool is not the answer. Don't tell me to pull my kids out of school if I don't like it. I have done that. It's someone else's turn to pull their kids out of school if they're so uncomfortable with the option to exercise choice. If you won't lift the mandate, please don't punish us for not complying.
Katie Spirit.
Good evening. I'd like to address the bullying policy. The traditional approach to dealing with violence in schools ignores the mental and emotional needs of our most vulnerable students. The students who need us the most are often labeled, punished, judged, and pushed away, deepening their trauma. Zero tolerance policies that work to suspend and expel students for breaking the rules only perpetuates the issue. These measures don't address the feelings that lead to problem behaviors in the first place, and they eliminate relationship building altogether. Students who live in survival mode struggle with cause and effect thinking because their environments have not prepared them for predictable outcomes. These students struggle with consequences and suffer in environments based solely on reward and punishment. Bullying is a relationship problem, which requires relationship-based solutions. A trauma-informed school should focus first on relationships and second on discipline. Research shows that students who have positive and trusting relationships with adults are less likely to act out in the classroom. It is critical that we recognize the immense amount of opportunity we have as educators on our students' success. As you seek to make adjustments to your current bullying policy, consider being trauma-informed and focus on creating connections over punishing behavior. Changing the verbiage to avoid using the word victim is crucial. Labeling a child promotes the notion that their behavior is fixed and unlikely to change over time. Just as harmful as it is to call a child a bully, it is to name one as a victim. Focusing on the behavior, the child who bullied, or the child who was bullied, rather than a permanent label, allows the child to see opportunity to develop, grow, and learn from the situation. Research finds that these relationships are cyclical. 80% of children who bully are also victims of bullying. Adopting a restorative approach to both prevent and respond to bullying is key. Restorative justice places emphasis on addressing what happened, who was affected, and what can be done to prevent this from happening again. Holding students and staff accountable is a necessary component to creating a successful trauma-informed environment. Students need people and policies around them to be strong, clear, consistent, and yet nurturing, accepting, and empathetic. Standing with them rather than against them sets the tone that they are worthy of boundaries being held for them. Punishment drives disconnection and fosters a me against you attitude. Discipline ought to strengthen the me with you notion, and that's what kind of tone we need to establish within our new bullying policy. Shifting the language from simply bullying is prohibited to bullying behaviors will be addressed expresses an intention to look deeper into why a student is responding the way they are and allows for opportunities for connection. I wonder if you've considered restorative conferencing as a response to address these behaviors. Thank you.
Kimberly Evans. Kim Evans? Okay. Melissa Matanas?
Hey, thank you very much. I wasn't even planning on speaking today, but my children walked in with these gross masks on their face, and I'm like, how can this continue? This top mask, gross. My son, I pulled him out for a dentist appointment. He only wore this thing for 4 hours. 4 hours! And I'm like, that's disgusting. Then my middle schooler came home, same thing on our mask. And it's almost like in the same exact spot. I mean, they go out every morning. Their mask looks like this. They come home and it's like this. And people don't realize that our excretory system, when we breathe and we're breathing out things that our body doesn't want in. So why are we trapping all this stuff and leaving it on our kids' faces all day? My 2 teenagers, they want to keep the mask on because they have so much acne now because they've been used to wearing these things all day long. And I know some people are like, this isn't a big thing. It isn't a big thing. It is a big thing. My daughter, she came out for her basketball team. There were 3 girls from her school. She didn't recognize them without a face. She was like, who are you? And I'm like, you guys don't know each other? You're on the same team? One girl was on the same team as her at Shiloh Middle. They had no idea who they were. They were, in fact, in the same homeroom. It's because they see each other like this and they don't sit with each other at lunch. They don't know each other. My daughter comes home. She doesn't know if her teachers like her. They don't know, because a psychology study came out today that says this is going to impact our kids for years, okay? Not seeing the mouth makes it disproportionately harder to recognize the positive emotion, and the recent research indicates that masks inhibit us from making that positive expressions, and it makes people seem less happy, suggesting that children might be less likely to perceive positive emotions in others when they are wearing masks. So when my daughter came home, and I just went to her parent-teacher conference literally today, and she's like, I know my teachers hate me. I'm like, how do you know they hate you? You didn't even hear what they had to say. You weren't at that meeting. All of them love my daughter. She has no idea, because she cannot see the teacher's face. This is really gonna end. And I know you guys think this isn't a big deal. It is a big deal. We need to rip these things off. Our kids, my son, he came home, and he's like, I don't know. He couldn't even tell me who he worked with at his little reading group. I'm like, how do you not know who you work with in your reading group? He's like, Mom, I only get to recognize them when I sit at the lunch table, and the people at the lunch table aren't the same as the people and kids in class. I mean, this has really got to end. It really has to end. When my daughter doesn't know her teachers even like her, and she's getting straight A's, and they actually wanted her to move up in all their classes. This is detrimental. The kids aren't making connections with each other. They're not making connections with their teachers. My daughter didn't even know who her school counselor was. She's like, I know it's a guy, but he wears glasses, but that's about it. Like, that's not a good explanation of who you are. So please, if you're not getting money for this, take them off. It's not about money, it's about the kids. So thank you.
Jessica Garland.
Hello. So, big surprise, I'm up here to talk about masks. And I hear a lot of people say that this is kind of a waste of time, but I have to disagree, because we can't talk about test scores and teacher burnout without talking about the root of the problem. So there's no hiding what side of this fight I'm on. I have 5 boys, and there's not much you can do to scare me. So from the very beginning, I refused to let my family be dictated by fear. I appreciated the seriousness of COVID, but I also understood the sacrifices that were being asked. In the beginning, there was a huge price to pay for a little bit of normalcy. School was hard. I just wanted my kids to be kids and see their friends. I honestly did not care about missed learning opportunities or falling behind. I just wanted something to feel normal. I reluctantly abdicated my rights as mom in exchange for a little slice of normal. I allowed the government to quarantine my healthy kids and force them into masks for the better part of their day. I let health agencies determine my everyday activities, whether or not I could host a birthday party or attend Christmas. I complained a lot, but I wanted anything that resembled my pre-COVID life. I explained away disappointment of missed events or forced quarantines with, it will all be over soon. I was angry about the masks they were forced to wear and the plexiglass partitions that were erected to treat children like lepers. I hated to hear that they were sitting at desks in person while streaming their teachers through virtual instruction. I could not imagine what it did to their mental health to be treated like everyone around you was a hazard. The type of hazard that can make people wait hours in line for a test or cause families to refuse to gather. Or the poor kids who actually tested positive and were blamed for being the reason a soccer game was forfeited or a birthday was canceled. But I went along with it and I said it'll all be over soon. But I refuse to go along anymore. I'm taking back my rights as mom. I refuse to let any board or politician tell me how to protect my babies. So for those that want masks and vaccines and quarantines, I have to say this. Stop trying to make me fit in your world. This is not what COVID looks like for me or my family. If the masks work, you wear it. If the vaccine makes you feel protected, then you get it. But there are some of us that have watched all of these interventions fail over the last 2 years. And we've lived in that world, and that was long enough. So last September, I appreciated that you fought to keep parental rights in Carroll County. It was nice to hear that there were political officials that respected a parent's ability to choose what was best. Then the Maryland Board of Ed defied the direction of the governor who gave the reins to you. This gross overreach demeaned our democratic process and created doubt for constituents. The Maryland Board of Ed bullied us in Somerset County for not fitting into their world. I was angry then and I'm furious now because this has to end, and you can end this. What is stopping you from telling the schools that we're returning to optional masking? It's a simple email. Take back the power that we never abdicated to the Maryland Board of Ed. Put an end to teachers having to be enforcers of these policies that don't work, and let the teachers get back to teaching and the kids get back to being kids. Stop making everyone live in your world. Let people live in a world where moms and dads can return to being the protectors and enforcers.
Finish your sentence, please.
In a world where elected officials have the powers to serve their constituents again. Stand up to the Maryland Board of Ed, please.
Justin Hadel.
But we should also be intellectually honest and say that masking has had a cost, especially for the youngest learners. People with English as a second language, children with learning disabilities. Sorry, I have a little bit of a cough here. There has been it's not COVID, I don't think. There has been a cost to them. So the risk-benefit calculation has really changed. That's from CNN's Leanna Wen, so that's for the other side of the aisle too. My original speech began with more statistics about just how little masking children in school did to stop or even slow the spread of the coronavirus. But thank God it looks like now everyone is finally beginning to catch on to what we've been saying. Everyone except our Maryland State Board of Education. If we're going with the science, then scientists cited from both sides of the political aisle are reaching the same conclusion. It is time to return children to normalcy and eliminate masks in schools. They are the least vulnerable population, and daily, a different state is recognizing this fact. So I call on the Carroll County Board of Education to tell the non-scientific organization that is the Maryland State Board of Education tonight that we are no longer complying with their political mandate or their unattainable metrics. And we need you guys to do this because this unelected board is not returning any of our phone calls. This unelected board knows that they do not answer to us, and apparently not the governor either. So exactly who do they answer to? Let them know that we are not waiting for them to set some arbitrary date so that they can dangle their power above us for another day. I do not think that they would want to get pulled into a court battle with hardworking parents who spend their time working, raising children, managing a family, and now additionally having to spend their family time fighting back against the political machine, all because of their politics. Thank you.
That is everything for public comment from the public there. Thank you all.
Employee groups.
Ms. McCauley, you look fabulous in red.
Good evening, Superintendent Lockhart, members of the Board of Education, and Commissioner Weaver. I'm Teresa Basler-McCullough, President of the CCEA, the Carroll County Education Association, who represents the teachers, counselors, RNs, speech-language pathologists, behavior specialists, OTs, and PTs who matter. The $1,000 recognition bonus is appreciated. The title of this stipend is most fitting. It was time that our educators and all employees are recognized for their hard work and efforts, especially which was added to their jobs since March 13th, 2020, which is a great segue to my next point. We are hoping that negotiations will start soon as part of CCA's request to get to that table. We continue to remain hopeful with the additional funds from the blueprint. However, we still recognize that the commissioners should see the value in filling that third bucket as part of the funding authorities. Let's continue to stay the course in prioritizing education and not be distracted by outside influences or influencers, which affect the consistency on what's best for educators, students, and the school system. Carroll County is in a better place with our COVID numbers declining the last 3 weeks. Let's not throw caution to the wind by eliminating any of our current mitigation strategies and keep this trend flowing. In closing, we can take a deep breath since we are at the midpoint of the school year. Looking for educator relief remains in whatever form that may be. It's a time to reflect where we were and where we are going. Together we can and will move forward. Since this is my last budget season in this position, I would be remiss if I didn't include my traditional budget message. And I quote from President Joe Biden, "Don't tell me, I listen to you." Thank you for the same respect. And I quote from President Joe Biden, "Don't tell me what you value. Show me your budget, and I'll tell you what you value." Thank you.
Any other employee groups? I don't know if anybody else wants to. I'd like to make a couple corrections that are very general, not directed at any one person. First off, thank you very much. I think the group was respectful. We've had a couple evenings where there was bullying inside here with each other, but thank you very much for being respectful. And I don't know why you're shaking your head. We're allowed to make corrections, so hang in there, bud. Last year we heard all we talked about was sports. Now we hear all we talked about is masks. There's 22 items on the agenda tonight. We'll probably be here 5+ hours. Actually, the longest thing on our agenda, contrary to what many other boards do, is public comments and employee groups. We value the input, and I do appreciate it. The idea that, at least me, I won't speak for the others, are bullied by various groups. I think we had 22 speakers, 21 speakers. I have no idea which group any of you were involved in. I value your input. I look at you as individuals, just like I do any other group. And it's a shame. But thank you very much, and thanks for being cordial to each other. We did have some bullying here, and we have said some bullying online after meetings for speakers. We respect everybody that comes here. We want to give them time. Like I say, it's the longest item probably on our agenda, but it's valuable and it's worth it. Dr. Lockert.
Thank you. We're moving on to the COVID-19 update section. I don't know if there she is. Acting Health Department Director, Ms. Doyle, is making her way. If there are folks who do want to not stay around for the rest of the meeting, now's a good time to transition. Ms. Doyle will make her way to the table, and she has an update which is included in the agenda packet. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Doyle.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
have this on. I'm good. So I'm actually happy to be here tonight. I have some good news for our trending, which is really happy to say for a change. So next slide. So our daily cases are decreasing and our statewide positivity rate is down to 5.4%. Our hospitalizations are down about 500 from last week, and our transmission rate is still high, but it's trending in the right direction. Next slide will give us Carroll County data. So our data through this Monday was we had 291 cases on last week's report, and then we put our colorful rainbow slide back in here, so I'll be able to show you something. Our positivity rate in Carroll County is 10%, and that is rounded up. I believe it's 9.61% in Carroll County right now. We have been under 10 for 3 days. We continue to be under 10 for 9 more days, which I think we're trending in the right direction. Then a lot of, I think that's one of your off-ramps, is 14 days under 10%, and I think we're trending that way.
Can I just clarify for a
Yes.
second? Does that put us in the moderates?
It puts you, yes,
Right. Mr. Streaker shaking his head no, so that's why I want to make sure we're clear
under
here.
10% puts us, no.
Rate, it's not positivity rate, it's case rate. My understanding of the law is it's
Right.
case rate, correct?
I thought it
It's
was,
not positivity rate, I believe it's.
Yeah, that's why I intervened, because
I
that's what
apologize then. I stand corrected. I thought it was our,
Right. We'll
We'll clarify.
have we'll get
'Cause I thought
clarification
that
for
was
sure,
one of
but
our-
I want to be careful with that.
371 deaths. We had 9 deaths since last week's report. And our death rates do lag because there are deaths that happen outside our jurisdiction or that the jurisdiction that the person lives in is not listed. So, next slide. So we put this slide back in. You'll see that the data on the slide is actually the last time we've had all of our data is November, and that was due to the MDH security incident. So we do not have Carroll County data that we can get to do these maps. However, we did pull that at the height of the Omicron outbreak, we had 967 cases per 100,000, which obviously you can see would not even fit on this chart. However, at the end of January, we just reached the top of the chart at 183 cases. Still much higher than we were in the summer and the fall, but it's trending in the right direction. And you'll see in one of the slides coming up, you'll see how fast this is coming down. Next slide. All right, so these are confirmed cases. So we have 309 confirmed cases as of the end of January. Next slide. And these are Carroll County Hospital data. And as you can see, we're trending in the right direction. Everything is moving down. We continue to see our new admissions that are not fully vaccinated as being the highest, either not vaccinated or not fully vaccinated as being our highest. Next slide.
Ms. Doyle?
Yes.
We had seen previously a lot of the stats broken down by age group, like
It's coming up.
hospitalizations and deaths broken down by age group. It is in here?
Well, the deaths are coming up. So the ICU and the acute bed for Carroll Hospital Center, as we can see, we've topped out at about 60-some beds being used, and we're down to about 10 in the acute beds, and then the ICU beds are, I think it's only one COVID admission right now. Mr. Hoover texted me yesterday. Next slide. So these are the COVID deaths. We topped out, our highest week of deaths was 18, and now we're down at 6. As I said, these numbers change. So if you go back and you compare them to previous weeks, if they determine that it was a Carroll County resident or that the cause of death was COVID, that these numbers do change. I believe the 18 was 17 the last time I presented. Next slide. So here's your dates, your data on deaths by age and vaccination status. So
Okay, so we don't see anything for below age 40, is that right?
those are our deaths. These are Carroll County deaths. There is nothing under the age of 40.
Okay.
For these slides. It's very good information. Do have to say that we want everybody to understand that not being vaccinated or not being boosted is still the biggest risk factor to contracting COVID and having a serious complication, especially if you have any other underlying medical conditions. So on this slide, you'll see that we had 41 deaths of not fully vaccinated individuals. 13 of them were between the ages of 40 and 60. 28 were the age of 60, and the age range was 41 to 94, and the average age was 68.8. Our fully vaccinated but not boosted were 7 deaths. All of them were greater than the age of 60, and the average age there was 81. And our fully vaccinated and boosted individuals, there were 12 deaths. 1 was in the 40 to 60, and 11 were over the age of 60, and 79.1 was the average age for those individuals. Next slide. And so here you have 54.4% of our deaths are in non-fully vaccinated individuals, and only 54 deaths were attributed to not fully vaccinated, and 11 were vaccinated individuals. The death rate for the county of residents who died of COVID-19 in January was nearly 5 times higher for those not fully vaccinated. So we continue to talk about that. Next slide. This is just a total of the vaccinations that we've done. The piece to really look at here is the vaccination of Carroll County as a whole in all ages is 76.7% with at least 1 dose, and if you round up, 72% fully vaccinated. I know the governor, if you listened to him yesterday, the big push is to try to get everybody boosted. He's doing his Vax 2.0 lottery to try to accomplish that. I know that the last time they did that, they had, I think, 70,000 people get vaccinated during that month time span that they did it. So we will see how it works this time. Next slide. All right, so most of our population over the age of 60 is vaccinated. As you go down in age is the least amount, the 5 to 9 population, which the vaccinations have only been out in Carroll County, and we just started in the mid-December, are at 33.8% vaccinated. Next slide. And then the general community guidance remains that we're in high transmission in Carroll County, as we were at 10%, and that wearing well-fitted masks in public and around people who are at high risk, wearing my mask protects you from me, wearing your mask protects me from you. So we ask people to avoid crowds, practice social distancing when possible, gather outdoors or increase the ventilation indoors. I think these are all things that the schools have already looked at. Postponing travel and gatherings if possible, testing when you're symptomatic. Right now, there's no such thing as I just have a cold or it's my annual bronchitis cough. Should really get tested for COVID if you have those symptoms. Receive recommended vaccines or boosted as soon as possible, and isolate if you have symptoms until you feel better or you can get tested. That might be the last slide. No, I'm going to give you our updates. So our vaccination clinics for the month of February have moved to the college, and they are on Tuesdays and Fridays, and they are in the afternoon or the evening. So either 2:30 to 7 or they're 3 to 8, but they're all to accommodate people who might be working or might have children after school. We continue to test at the Ag Center Monday through Thursdays. We have test kits available through the libraries. They remain very limited. However, today I got an email that stated we were getting, I want to say, somewhere around 8,000 tests next week. And on top of that, we have been told that our test kits, which should be about 50,000 of them, are arriving next week. So there should be the availability of free test kits to anybody who wants them next week. You can still order test kits through the federal government, or you can purchase your own test kits and be reimbursed from your insurance company. Each major carrier is responsible, including Medicaid, to reimburse for up to 8 test kits per month per person. All of the different companies vary by how they're handling that. I suggest that you talk to your insurance company to find out whether they're reimbursing or whether there's another method to get those. We're distributing masks through the libraries. We have had masks at the test center and also through the federal government. Most of the major chains, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, are distributing masks. I was told Safeway had them out on display, that you can just grab them as you walk by the pharmacy area, so we want to make sure that people know where to get these. We get lots of emails all the time from people to say, how do I get my mask, or where do I get my test kit? I don't know. So I want to make sure we continue to provide this information. But we are trending in the right direction for the first time in a long time. And I thought I had the slide in there. It must have been in the other one where it showed that when Omicron hit, how fast the slope went up. And if we look at the other side of it, the slope has come down just as fast. And we are really in a very good position for the first time in a very long time. So last week, the commissioners, when I gave the briefing, they decided that they weren't going to mask in the county buildings anymore, and they decided to wait until Monday to implement that. By Monday, our transmission rate was our positivity rate was in a different area, so that really was a good place to be, and it's continuing to come down.
Ms. Savigny?
Dr. Lockhart, I just was hoping that you could maybe comment on that from the school dashboard as well. I think we're seeing very similar results on our dashboard, that it went up very quickly, but it came down just as quickly. And the impact of the quarantining changes that we had at our last board meeting have had a very good effect of keeping kids in the schools.
That's correct. The dashboard results, anybody can access those every Wednesday on our website. I keep the board looped in as well, but to your point, we basically follow the community trends with number of cases throughout the course of those weeks. We've seen now, I think it's 5 weeks in a row of declining COVID positive for both students and staff, as well as low quarantine. And we also follow the 7-day positivity and the cases per 100,000. If I could, I'd like Mr. Streaker to provide some clarification to the question that I asked earlier. It's important, as we're talking about off-ramps and such,
yes, that
we make sure there's no confusion there. So I know Mr. Streaker will be incredibly thorough in explaining that.
No pressure, right, Dr. Lockhart? Just as a point of reference, for the state, I believe the state set pretty aggressive metrics. In the off-ramps, they define the 80% vaccination thresholds. Those are in like A and B. Letter D, the transmission rate is what they're looking at. And they define that transmission rate as tied to the CDC. And the county where they identified in Regulation 01, which would be Carroll County, has a sustained 14 consecutive days of moderate or low transmission rate, as reported by the CDC. Currently, Carroll County, based on what I just pulled up, I think Carroll County's transmission rate is, well, we're high. I can tell you that's what it said. Our transmission right now is in the high range. The way the case rate per 100,000 right now is 172.75. This is dated today. And moderate transmission rate is 10 to 49 cases per 100,000 in the average over the past 7 days. So we are very far away from that off-ramp. It's not related to positivity rate, it's related to case rate.
Thank you.
I'd like to add one other thing, just to share that the state of Maryland is looking, and I can't share specifics because we get little tidbits of information. So what we've been looking at and we've been asked to look at is if we were to move COVID over into our communicable disease and look differently at how we're doing case investigations and case investigations and contact tracing. So it looks like there's going to be a shift, and that shift is probably not very far off from how we're going to be doing these things. I don't know what that will do to what the state has put in place, what MSDE has put in place, but I would think that there would be a shift if we're doing that. What we're going to be asked to do is to start looking at those groups of individuals like nursing homes, assisted livings, congregate housing, detention centers, homeless shelters, and a couple other things where we can get the most value for the contact tracing and the case investigation versus, so this is moving into a more normalized, we're going to learn to live with COVID. It's going to move into like H1N1 did or the flu. this looks like that's where it's going. I'm sorry I can't provide more. We get little tidbits, and like I said, we were asked our opinions on if we were to move in this direction, what would it do? So that was this week's update. Last week, we were asked a couple of questions. This week, it looks like, and you know, last week, one of the speakers on the schools for the state misspoke because we questioned what we heard, and she said, "Oh, that's not what did I say that?" And she went back and listened, and she did. So I wish I would have had better news for you, but it looked like we weren't going to have to do as much with the schools. So, and I know that's where we want to go. But I did think that's important for you all to know that that's where this is shifting to, and that we will be treating it like any other communicable disease that we look at, and we're going to be looking at where we can make, you know, where it makes the most sense to do case investigations so that we can stop the spread immediately for those populations that are at the greatest risk.
I want to thank you for your optimism as you do it. It's tough, but I think, and the point you're making is, and that's why most of the off-ramps don't work. You're not here to furnish an off-ramp. You're here to treat this disease, and you're modifying what you're doing because we need to learn to live with it. And we're probably, I think we're going to discuss a few more things. I know you're busy, but I'd love if you could stay and add anything to anything we talk about till we get out of this. And I assume everybody else is okay with that, right? Does any board member have anything, Ms. Savigny?
Thank you, Mr. Kyler. I did prepare a bit of a statement, so if you'll indulge me for a few minutes to read through this. And it's based on the masking issue. So just wanted to say to my fellow board members and CCPS staff and parents and students in the audience, back in September when this local Board of Education voted to make masks optional, we were following the lead of many other states, countries, and the WHO. The data on masks at that time was, at best, unclear, and there was a strong signal in studies that showed adverse impacts on students. At that time, the Maryland State Board of Education and the state superintendent invoked emergency powers because less than a handful of counties in Maryland were moving forward with a mask choice policy. Most of us on this board and many parents vehemently disagreed with the state's direction. We believed it was wrong. We believed it set a terrible precedent about usurping local control. But in the end, we tried to view MSDE and the state superintendent as partners, and we complied. They also told the public and the AELR at that time that they would not come back for an extension. Then in December, things changed. State Superintendent Chowdhury reversed his position that there would be no extensions. We believe that MSDE then went too far and added more emergency authorization to extend the mask mandate indefinitely into the future. There are many flaws with how the state extended these so-called emergency powers. Emergency regulations are supposed to have a maximum shelf life of 180 days to get you to the legislative session, not to be repeatedly extended. Number two, MSDE did not give ample notice to stakeholders or ability for them to provide testimony and feedback on the second regulation. Number three, the off-ramps in the regulation are not clearly defined, are completely arbitrary, and require the school system to collect student medical data that it has no ability to collect today. Our own health department declared the 80% vaccination rate to be arbitrary and inconsistent with all prior CDC messaging of 70%. And number four, the new emergency regulation is written to specifically disallow an appeal process, which is directly at odds with Section 4-205C3 of the Education article. This is not how emergency mandates are intended to work. It was at this time that the state clearly went from oversight to undeniable overreach, and we contend that the second emergency regulation is illegal. Just as we couldn't stand by and allow CCPS schools to remain shut down for in-person learning last year, we cannot in good conscience stand by and allow the state Maryland mask mandate to continue in Carroll County Public Schools any longer. History has shown that our local Board of Education was 100% correct to reopen schools last year. This board has had to overcome the fear, our health department, the CDC guidelines,
But due to the great efforts of Dr. Lockard, his dedicated team, our fantastic teachers, our bus drivers, and support staff, we got our kids back in school for in-person learning, and we never looked back. CCPS did not just accept the status quo, despite zero support from the state. What Maryland did with locking down schools last year is a stain that harmed our children, and they're doing it again. It's once again time for Carroll County to stand up and do what's right for our students, our parents, and our community. As with most things during this pandemic, as we get more data, we need to adjust our policies. The CDC changed their distancing from 6 feet to 3 feet after we opened last January. There have also been changes to quarantining guidelines, but all the changes have been painfully slow, and it has become a pandemic of bureaucracy, if I am to quote Barry Weiss. And now the scientific community has acknowledged that cloth masks do essentially nothing to stop the spread of COVID. Their effectiveness is such that it's like the children haven't been wearing masks in school all year anyway. And in fact, we now know masks cause real harm to our students. From the data, we know that masks are slowing the cognitive and emotional development of our children. We know that student grades and test scores are way down. We know that suicide rates are way up for students and are the cause of many more deaths than COVID in the student population. We know that self-harm among students is way up. And we know that the lack of normal social interaction is causing significant increases in mental health issues. We know about all these negative impacts of wearing masks, and yet there is no data whatsoever that justifies their continued use. In fact, the data now clearly shows, and the scientific community is beginning to recognize, that masks are ineffective and have not stopped the spread of COVID in any material way. In the medical field, there is a guiding ethical principle of first do no harm. The continued application of a forced masking policy on children is clearly violating that principle, and it needs to end immediately. To be clear, the forced masking of our children is causing harm to those children. That is no longer in question. Between the lockdowns and masking, our kids are not back to normal, and that needs to be addressed here and now. We need parent choice for masking their kids. Forcing kids to use harmful medical devices on their children against their will is unconstitutional and unethical, and I don't see how it's not illegal for Maryland State to require it, regardless of whether they have so-called visitatorial rights or not. To Superintendent Chowdhury and the State Board, I ask, if you supposedly believe in local control, as you have stated, then shame on you for taking the action you have taken. Immediately give control back to the local boards to make this decision. Not at the end of March, not at the end of February, today. With that said, given that we believe the MSDE went from oversight to undeniable overreach in their unprecedented and illegitimate extension of emergency powers, and given that Carroll County has a vaccination rate above 73%, and given that all CCPS employees and students that want to get vaccinated have had ample opportunity to do so, and given that COVID symptoms in kids are no worse than the flu and the risk of death is extremely low, and given that Omicron cases in the U.S., Maryland, and Carroll County have all dramatically declined, and given that 41 states now have a mask optional policy, and once again, Maryland is severely and embarrassingly lagging behind our peers, just as we did with lockdowns, and given that many other states and countries successfully educate their children in public schools without forced masking and without any difference in COVID outbreaks, and given that Governor Hogan ended the Maryland state of emergency on February 3rd, and given that Governor Hogan's State of the State address reinforces the message that we need to learn to live with this virus, not live in fear of it. And finally, given that on Wednesday, February 3rd, and again on Tuesday, February 8th, Governor Hogan stated clearly that local boards should have the authority to make decisions for the parents and students in their community. We would like to state clearly and for the record that we agree with Governor Hogan and will try to follow his lead. So with that said, if we had the authority, I would make the motion to end the forced masking mandate and move to optional masking effective immediately for CCPS. Unfortunately,
I have been advised by legal counsel that this would be in violation of the law. Therefore, I am making a motion to immediately file a lawsuit against the state board and superintendent and file an injunction against the mask mandate for overreach of power by illegally extending emergency powers beyond 180 days and by specifically disallowing an appeal process, thus violating Maryland law. I further move as a board to send a letter and use all means necessary to urge Governor Hogan to acknowledge that at the moment, local boards do not have the authority to make this decision, and he needs to take immediate action, provide necessary oversight over his rogue Department of Education, and issue an executive order to give control back to local boards.
Ms. Savigny? I'll second the motion.
So you ended with a motion.
I ended with a motion.
Do we
so-
have a second?
I did.
Okay. I don't know if we want to start at one end or how we want to do it, but I'd like each board member to make a comment on it if they wish. Ms. Herbert?
Well, Donna and I did not talk, but I have a very short version. And it hits a lot of everything. Because when it said COVID, I thought, I have got to say something. First of all, Dr. Lockhart, I cannot thank your team for everything they have done through this hellacious almost 2 years, believe it or not. And Carroll County Public Schools has always been in the forefront, and it has not been easy for anyone, including our children. Our delegation has supported us throughout the pandemic, and I thank you, and especially when they wrote the letter the other day. Every time this board has made a pandemic decision, it was the correct move, and other counties followed pursuit. Leading the state in reopening, leading the state in giving parents a choice of mandates. Our vaccines were readily available through the health department or through the Board of Education. We changed our quarantine rules to help everyone. But the pandemic has always been a burden to our children. Cloth masks have been proven that they are not the answer. The CDC in late January of 2022 changed the recommendation. Cloth masks are ineffective, and I'm sitting here with one on. Last fall, we asked our health officers about N95s. We got nowhere. Everyone has had ample time to receive a vaccination if they want to. 41 states have removed their mask mandates in some type of form. We are not going to cave into threats. We're not going to cave into half-truths. And we are not going to cave into schemes. It is time for Carroll County Public Schools, once again, to be a leader in the state, and we need to lift the mask mandate. It is time for us to take our county back. The governor said, again, last week, it is the local decision for the school board. It is time to remove the mask mandate and take the burden off our children. Our children are the ones that are getting a hit for this. And I'm going to go off a little bit. You can go to Walmart, you can go buy a car, you can go to the grocery store. But I see it every day with my grandchildren. I put them on the bus, I pick them off the bus up. And it's always about a mask. We need to get on to the basics, reading, writing, and arithmetic. We need to get back there. We need to get back to normal classes. We need to see our teachers' faces. We need to see our students' faces. This is an injustice to our students here that are in Carroll County. So any way we can, Mr. O'Malley, we definitely, any way, shape, or form, get rid of this mask mandate. It is not fair to our students here in Carroll County.
Okay. Who wants to go next? Ms. Battaglia?
First, I'm going to look under my feet here for the crystal ball. I believe we all basically saw this. We all kept saying, this isn't working. These things aren't working. So if anybody finds my crystal ball floating around here somewhere, let me know. COVID has created so many of the issues that we keep dealing with as parents, as kids, as teachers, our staff members, our bus drivers. Clearly, we never ignored the issues at which we get accused of saying, we have ignored it. No, we didn't. COVID literally it's about everything. Everything is centered around COVID. The masks, the vaccines, the bullying issues our kids are going through, social media issues our kids are going through, that we go through, you go through, everything. There's so much hate in this world, and all of it because it revolves around COVID. You can agree to disagree with someone regarding how they feel about something, but there's really no need to call people names, make fun of them. It's wrong. It's just totally wrong. We kept hearing we need to follow the science. Well, I follow the science of psychology. I'm a major in psychology. Facial recognition is what our kids need in order to thrive and grow. That is one of the number one things you learn in social psychology. So, we need to do something. I don't want to break the law. I don't want us to get in trouble. I don't want our teachers to get in trouble. I don't want our superintendent to get in trouble. I don't want us to get in trouble. But we need to do something, and we need to send a message loud and clear. Enough is enough. It needs to, parent control. And I guess that's the message. It's parent control.
I'll be slightly more brief. A couple things I just want to mention. I know one of the ladies sitting up here got banged on because she made the comment Carroll is different. Carroll is different. I'm proud that it's different. Again, last year when MSDE in the state of Maryland were 47th out of 50 states in getting kids in schools, we had kids in school. 93% of our educators stepped up quickly and were in schools way before any other county. We are different. I think we embarrassed them, and somebody brought it up earlier, they wanted to smack us because we would have been the control group that actually finally proved that masked optional wouldn't have been any worse. I testified that masks would not keep kids in schools, modifying the quarantine protocols would. Our COVID dashboard shows that to be true. Currently, depending on what happened in the last hour, because they're dropping like flies, at least 43 of the 50 states, schools either are masked optional or will be in a week or so. Massachusetts, that supposedly we copied, dropped their off-ramp because it wasn't attainable. I think on the East Coast right now, it's New York and Maryland. So again, everybody has the right to their opinion, and some people think we should still tolerate masks when 80-90% of the country says we're wrong. Maybe we ought to say, no, that's wrong. We need to get rid of the mask. I would like, and I think, and Mr. Amelia will explain it better than I could, if we pass tonight that tomorrow masks were optional, or I'd love to take it off now, I'm not sure we'd be doing anything illegal, but we'd be asking Dr. Lockhart and his entire staff and teachers that are in the room to do something illegal. And we should not and cannot. Ed, could you say that better?
Well, I don't know if I can say it better, but I think I can explain the reason why your statement is correct. And so, also following from what Mrs. Savigny said earlier, the state board has been delegated the authority to promulgate regulations by the Maryland General Assembly. And Section 2205 of the Education article says that the regulations promulgated by the state board have the full force and effect of law. And Section 4108 of the Education article says that the Board of Education and the superintendent need to uphold and enforce the state board regulations to the best of their ability. And that puts you in a very difficult bind. And indeed, even if the board were to pass a motion this evening to end the mask requirement tomorrow, Dr. Lockhart would be unable to enforce that. The staff would be unable to enforce that because it would be contrary to the state board regulation. And you know that I have serious legal reservations about the regulation. And I wrote to Delegate Shoemaker back in December expressing a number of those concerns. And I've further advised Mr. Kyler that I am prepared to draft and file this week a petition for declaratory and injunctive relief based upon those legal concerns. It's not about the effectiveness of masks. I'm not a scientist. I don't pretend to be a scientist. But I do see some serious legal problems with the revised regulation that are much more concerning than the original regulation that was adopted back in September. So, Mrs. Vigney, in your motion, you made an important but difficult point. I know how much you and other members of the board would like to bring an end to the mask regulation, but you recognize that your hands are tied by existing law. And so we have to follow through the channels that we have. Declaratory and injunctive relief are extraordinary remedies. That means that we don't just go to court unless that is the only option that we have. And right now, I think that's the only option that we have. The governor said yesterday, and he said last week on WBAL, he thinks that local boards should have this authority, but that he doesn't speak for the State Board of Education. I saw Delegate Shoemaker here earlier this evening, and Delegate Shoemaker and other members of the General Assembly wrote a strong letter to the State Board of Education. You know, they could introduce legislation as well, but they wrote a strong letter, which I think is a recognition of the authority that the State Board of Education has. And usually, that's something that the local boards and the state board can live in harmony with. But I think we're at the point where something more needs to be done. Now, I don't get to make a motion and I don't get to speak to the motion, but I would suggest that in addition to what you had, that you consider some additional provisions. Number one, importantly, that the Board of Education shall end the mask requirement automatically without having to reconvene as a public body in a public meeting at the earliest of the following. Number one, the Maryland State Board of Education rescinds the mandatory face covering requirement set forth in COMAR 13A.01.07. Well, if they rescind it, why would you need that? Well, because if they bring it back to local control, you'd have to have a meeting in order to make a local decision. What I'm suggesting is that you vote now to have that automatic if the state board rescinds COMAR 13A.01.07. Number two, that the mask requirement in Carroll County end immediately if Governor Hogan issues an executive order providing local boards of education with the full authority to regulate on a local basis the wearing of face coverings as the individual local boards of education deem appropriate for their local school communities. Number three, that the mask requirement in Carroll County be ended automatically if legislation is enacted giving the Board of Education of Carroll County the authority to regulate the wearing of face coverings as it deems appropriate for the Carroll County Public Schools, and notwithstanding any regulation promulgated by the Maryland State Board of Education. Number four, that the mask requirement be ended automatically in Carroll County if a declaratory judgment or injunctive relief is entered by a Maryland court to the effect that Maryland State Board of Education's regulation on face coverings as set forth in COMAR 13A.01.07 is indeed a violation of Maryland law, as I believe it is. Number five, that the mask requirement in Carroll County be ended automatically if the Carroll County Health Department declares that 80% of the eligible residents of Carroll County have been fully vaccinated by receiving either 2 doses of the Moderna or Pfizer vaccinations or a single dose of the Johnson & Johnson vaccination. And finally, that the mask requirement in Carroll County be ended automatically if the Carroll County Health Department declares that Carroll County has sustained 14 consecutive days of moderate or low transmission rates of COVID-19. And so what I'm suggesting with those 6 local off-ramps, if you will, that immediately upon the occurrence of one of those 6 items, the mask requirement in Carroll County ends the next day. And that's my recommendation to you. It's not a motion, because I can't make a motion.
Would any board member like to amend the existing motion to include that I would sign a resolution of our Board of Education and authorize Mr. Amelie to do everything he just described?
I'll make the motion.
And,
Second?
well, Dr. Dorsey wanted to speak.
Oh, so,
Oh, no, we can go ahead and get the second on the floor.
Yeah, yeah.
And again, I will second that
Okay.
with the additions of what, legal counsel has shared. Because again, we cannot put Superintendent Lockhart and the staff in a position where we're asking them to break the law, so to speak. I mean, we're governed by the Maryland State Board of Ed, and I know, there are people who don't want to hear that. I mean, I appreciate local control as much as anybody else, but then again, if they're tying our hands with it at this point, again, I just don't want to put our superintendent and our staff members at risk of breaking the law. I mean, we really need to make sure that they're upholding the law. I'm hoping with what we've heard from our health department that, again, if we can begin to shift and look at COVID as other communicable diseases, and if our numbers get to where we need them to be, and if we meet any of these items, I mean, I'd certainly be in favor of lifting the masks, because again, I think everyone is at the point where, we're wearing the masks because we're told that, some of the research, some of the science says that they are helpful. So again, we're doing it because we have to do it, so to speak, at this point. But again, the moment that any of these requirements, if any of the following occurrences, if just one would happen to occur, I'd certainly be in favor for lifting the mandate the very next day.
thank you, Dr. Dorsey. Anybody else have any comments? Ms. Savigny?
Mr. O'Mealy, can you tell us how quickly that declaratory judgment and injunctive relief can be filed?
I will have it filed by Friday.
Okay. And is there like a particular jurisdiction that needs to be filed in, or?
I can think of no better place than the Circuit Court for Carroll County.
We'd like to be there.
So is there a reasonable expectation as to how quickly they may be able to provide a judgment?
I will file also a motion to shorten the time to respond. I don't know if the court would grant that.
There's no more discussion. We need all those in favor of the amendment to the motion.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now we're back to the regular motion. Dr. Locker, did you want to say anything? Okay. Sue Doyle, did you want to say anything? Throw anything at me, or?
I would not throw anything at anybody. I think we're all at our wits' end with all of this, and we're trying to figure out how to live with it. I would ask that you look at some of what the other states have done. I can send you an article where they did institute some stronger policies on bullying when they made the mask mandates optional, especially for those children who choose to continue to wear their mask because they have a immunocompromised family member or they themselves. So I think that there's several states today that we just read that
Thank you.
that's what they've done.
Dr. Locker?
No, I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate everybody recognizing the unique position that we're in as it relates to what I am able to do under regulation. And to your point, Ms. Doyle, that certainly would still mean should the pieces that Mr. O'Mealy read to us, if any of those come to fruition and we are able to move forward with masks, it would still be optional, so that you're correct. Anybody who would continue to want to wear one could do that when we get to that place. I think it is.
Okay, it didn't, yeah, I guess it was.
Any other discussion? Ms. Savigny?
So, Mr. Kyler, I know that we can potentially put this motion in the form of a resolution. So, I mean, after we do vote for it, or once we take the vote, does it make sense to talk about a resolution, or do we talk about that
Well,
now?
my opinion, that was the amendment to the motion,
Okay.
to do the resolution, which he did not read, but he skimmed and described the bullet points.
Do we need to read the full resolution?
Well, I prepared a resolution and sent it to Mr. Kyler yesterday. And there's one point, well, it's actually quite long. It's
Yes.
2 full pages. And I believe, Mr. Kyler, do you have a copy of it?
Yes.
If you want to read it, I'm okay with it.
If it's necessary, I
I
can.
don't know that it is,
We've-
but,
If it's not necessary, I think you hit the bullet points, and
right.
I'll get to sign this about midnight tonight, maybe, if we get moving.
Right. There's one point that I would like to correct. I put in one of the clauses that Carroll County had a 73% fully vaccinated rate and an 84.1 partially vaccinated. And the website that I was looking at evidently was not the Carroll County Health Department website, and I stand corrected by Ms. Doyle with her percentages.
Okay, so we'll correct those 2 percentages.
All right, thank you.
Any other discussion?
And Mr.
Ms.
Kyler,
Savigny?
just in terms of the rest of the motion, so we have the amendment with all of the 6 items that Mr. O'Mealy added. Also wanted to say, so I had part of my original motion was to write a letter to Governor Hogan and strongly urge him to do an executive order, right, which is one of the items that Mr. O'Mealy had laid out.
Right.
How do we effectuate that? So who will write that letter, and is it okay for us to approve the fact that we're going to write that letter and then it would happen post-meeting?
Right. What I suggested was that you that you strongly urge, whether you do it in a letter or some other fashion, the governor, the state board, the Carroll County delegation to the Maryland General Assembly. And you could probably accomplish that in a single letter addressed to the state board, the governor, and the Carroll County delegation, asking each body to take action that you, as a local Board of Education, are unable to do on your own. And the state board obviously can rescind its regulation. The governor, I believe, but maybe he doesn't, can issue an executive order, as have other governors in various states just over the past couple of days. The Carroll County delegation to the General Assembly could certainly introduce legislation affecting only Carroll County. There are many provisions in the education article of the annotated code that affect a single county. And there are many places where it says in Carroll County this, in Baltimore County that. Whether that would be something that the delegation would be interested in doing, I can't speak for them, but it would seem a reasonable ask. And generally, local bills get legislative courtesy from other members of the General Assembly because it doesn't affect their counties. It only affects the county where the delegation 100% supports it. Yeah.
Can we would we accomplish that by sending them the resolution, or do we need to do both?
You can, but the more we talk about it, the more I'm thinking, people in the audience don't have it, and they're hearing us talk about it. We probably should read the whole thing, just so,
Okay.
just, it'll take a few minutes, but just to
Okay.
be clear.
You want to, or you want me to? No, I'm serious.
Whichever you think.
I don't have, what are the change percentages?
So
Did you change?
I can read it. So this is what I sent to you yesterday. Resolution of the Board of Education of Carroll County. Whereas Governor Hogan has repeatedly stated his opinion that local boards of education should make local decisions on whether face coverings should be required in public schools, and he most recently reiterated that opinion during a radio interview on Thursday, February 3, 2021, and during a press conference on Tuesday, February 8, 2021. 2022 for both of those. That needs to be changed too. And whereas on August 26, 2021, the Maryland State Board of Education promulgated emergency regulations codified at COMAR 13A.01.07, mandating the wearing of face coverings in public school facilities subject to certain exceptions. And whereas the Maryland State Board of Education promulgated revised emergency regulations codified at COMAR 13A.01.07 et sec, effective January 5, 2022, which further mandates the wearing of face coverings in public school facilities subject to 3 off-ramps through July 1, 2022, unless earlier repealed. And whereas as of February 8, 2022, and here where we get the revised percentages of eligible Carroll County residents are fully vaccinated against COVID-19, and another percentage of eligible Carroll County residents are partially vaccinated. And whereas many parents in the Carroll County community continue to express serious reservations regarding the mandatory wearing of face coverings in public schools, especially as the prevailing scientific evidence demonstrates the cloth masks offer minimal protection against the spread of COVID-19, and the more effective N95 and KN95 masks are not designed for children. Now, therefore, the Board of Education of Carroll County hereby resolves the following. First, that it strongly urges the Maryland State Board of Education to rescind the emergency regulations set forth at COMAR 13A.01.07 et sec regarding mandatory face coverings in public school facilities at its February 22, 2022 meeting. Second, that it strongly urges Governor Hogan to issue an executive order providing local boards of education with the full authority to regulate on a local basis the wearing of face coverings as the individual local boards of education deem appropriate for their local school communities in the event that the Maryland State Board of Education declines to rescind the emergency regulations set forth at COMAR 13A.01.07. Third, that it strongly urges the Carroll County delegation to the Maryland General Assembly to introduce legislation during the current legislative session to the effect that the Board of Education of Carroll County shall have the full authority to regulate the wearing of face coverings as it deems appropriate for the Carroll County Public Schools, and notwithstanding any regulation promulgated by the Maryland State Board of Education. And fourth, that it authorize counsel for the Board of Education of Carroll County to file a petition in the Circuit Court for Carroll County seeking a declaratory judgment that the emergency regulation set forth at COMAR 13A.01.07 is contrary to Maryland law. And fifth, that the requirement for the wearing of face coverings in the Carroll County Public Schools shall end automatically for students and staff upon the earliest of any of the following occurrences. And that's where I list items 1 through 6 that I read previously. And that's the resolution that I prepared and sent to Mr. Kyler yesterday.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think I put a couple of changes in.
Yes.
And I'll mark them up.
Okay.
Dr. Lockett.
Thank you, Mr. Kyler. Just a couple other quick comments as we're concluding here. I ask that everybody continue to work with us as we navigate through. I know for a lot of perspective all along, and we appreciate that and certainly respect that. We ask you to continue to work with our schools, our administrators, our teachers who are following what they've been asked to do. Secondly, there could be some potential difference on our buses that we might have to navigate through because of that being more of a federal
It is.
mandate. And so I just want to throw that out there. Thank you, Mr. Streaker, for bringing that to my attention, that that's something we may have to navigate. So I didn't want anybody to be surprised. That's a different
They're
mandate.
subject to U.S. Department of Transportation regulations.
Correct. So
We
we'll work.
we can't do anything about
right.
that. Neither can the state board, for that matter.
No. So I just wanted to make everybody aware of that.
Isn't the federal regulation set to expire March 15th? I think is what I heard.
I
I'll
will
have to
need to double check the exact date,
I'll have to look
but there
back
is a
at that.
sunset.
How are other states around the country handling that? Are they requiring that students wear masks on the buses, even though they're not in the classrooms?
According to the Council of School Attorneys website, that is the case, but it's quite possible that it's a moving target, and it's hard to say what's happening on a school bus in places over which we have no direct observation. So, but they are federal regulations, and just like if you got onto a metro bus, the same is true for a school bus.
Thank you. And one more point I'd like to make, and we don't have to dig deeply into it, but there was also an off-ramp on per school rates. And that is so cumbersome, almost an invasion of privacy. They haven't really furnished forms for it. We haven't mentioned that. And I know some parents ask, can you tell me what it is at my school? Maybe I can get it. And honestly, we can't.
That is obviously a main focus in what I'm preparing. I have serious reservations about how a public school system can handle the religious exemption that's referenced in the regulation. To my thinking, if you have an exemption, you have to have a mandate in the first place. And while there's a mandate for wearing the masks, there's no mandate for vaccinations. And so I think that wording is awkward at best and potentially a First Amendment pitfall. It would be my recommendation that we take anybody's expression of a sincerely held religious belief at face value. I don't think our principals are well equipped to discern a person's faith views. Secondly, the determination of the vaccination percentages on a school-by-school basis or a facility-by-facility basis, according to the regulation, has to be in accordance with an attestation form developed by the Maryland State Department of Education. It doesn't exist.
No.
It's been over a month, and it still doesn't exist. So it's illusory. And so that's an obvious problem.
And Mr. Amelia, I just wanted to take one last moment to say, you did in fact say that you think Governor Hogan has the ability to do an executive order to override this.
I believe he does, but I'm not the governor's counsel, so my position on this may very well differ. And there's a lot to be said here because the members of the State Board of Education were all appointed by Governor Hogan, and I know that he has to be respectful of the people that he has appointed and put in office. And so whether he is saying I'm holding back for now, I can only guess. I don't know. But I would have to think that after the comments that the governor has made, that they're going to take that into deep consideration at their next meeting, which is coming up in less than 2 weeks. So,
Dr. Lockhart? No, okay, I'm sorry. So are we at the point where I can say all in favor?
Please do.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. And I know this took a while, but This is something that affects every student, every staff member, and every family, and I'm sorry, but it's important.
And again, we are saying masks would be optional.
Yes,
Was the
yeah,
bottom
we're
line.
not gonna stop anybody.
Right.
Yeah.
And just to super clarify, Mr. Kyler, so masks remain required, to avoid any
For now.
confusion until, the things laid out, or one of the things that, that
The
Mr.
earliest occurrence
Right.
of any of those 6 items.
Thank you.
But then they will be optional, nobody's gonna say you can't wear a mask.
Correct. So once the board's resolution has been adopted, once one of the 6
Yep.
components that you read
Yeah.
comes to fruition, then it becomes optional.
Right, and so we don't need to reconvene in order to
That's-
take that vote. We can simply notify the superintendent to have a message sent out to all
That's the
school
point.
system employees and students.
That's the point. So if one of those occurs on a Friday afternoon, you don't need to meet in order for the requirement to be lifted for Monday morning.
Each of the four of the board members, not each of the board members, has a paragraph to share with us. Ms. Signy, you have yours there. Do you want to start and just go this way?
Sure. So Instructional Assistance Day. Our schools will be celebrating Instructional Assistance Day on Wednesday, February 23rd. This day is set aside to recognize the efforts of our instructional assistants and paraprofessionals who help to provide a quality education to our students. The members of the Board of Education and I would like to thank these dedicated and hardworking employees for all they do for our students and teachers. They are an important part of the instructional team, and their work is invaluable in maintaining the high education standards of our school system.
National School Counselors Week, which focuses public attention on the unique contributions of school counselors within our school system. This year's theme is School Counseling Better Together. We recognize school counselors and the tremendous impact they have in helping students achieve
Thank you.
helping achieve school success and emotional well-being, and planning for college and careers for their futures. Carroll County Public Schools is fortunate to have these dedicated and committed school counselors serving our students.
Career and Technical Education Month. February is Career and Technical Education Month. CTE prepares students with technical, academic, and employability skills for success in the workplace and in further education. These programs provide a range of opportunities for students to learn technical skills, earn college credit, and acquire industry certifications by completing a sequence of courses in their area of interest. Thanks to the outstanding effort of our teachers and students, our CTE programs continue to be recognized for excellence in Maryland and across the nation.
And finally, February is Gifted and Talented Education Month. As a school system, we are committed to meeting the instructional needs of all students, including our most highly able learners and those students who demonstrate gifted learning traits. The Advanced Academics program is continually being improved and expanded to identify student talent and extend students' learning experiences. Thank you to all of our advanced academics teachers for the work you do to build the program and enrich the instructional experiences of our students on a daily basis.
Dr. Dorsey, do you want to start with board member activities and correspondence, and we'll go back the other way?
Okay. I'll send it right back to you. Okay, my activities include the following. On January 18th, I had a MABE conference pre-planning committee meeting. I began the initial planning for our MABE 2022 conference to be held in October 2022. I am serving as co-chair of this year's MABE conference. And I met with the other co-chair so we could begin some initial discussions. On January 19th, the MABE Board of Directors had a meeting. On the 21st, our county's Curriculum Council had a meeting. And I'll just quickly share that Mr. Alasakis shared a presentation on the summer recovery and extended learning opportunities. And then we heard from Mrs. Weaver, Mr. Eisenclam, Ms. Cohn, and Mr. Shoemaker. They presented information on the elementary and secondary science and STEM curricula. And it was very informative and interesting to hear about the next generation science standards. So I continue to thank Mrs. McCausland for structuring and facilitating the virtual meeting. On January 24th and 25th, I attended 2 of the 4 Carroll County Career and Technology Center 2022 awards ceremonies. So my congratulations to the students for receiving their certificates, and many thanks to the administration and staff of CCCTC. And I also would like to thank the community partnerships that continue to invest in our students by presenting various awards and scholarships. On the 27th of January, the MABE Conference Planning Committee met, and again, we began planning for our conference this year. And the last item I have is one that we all attended, our fiscal year 23 operating budget hearing and work session.
All right, first of all, I'd like to thank Erin Guyman's FFA class for sending me a lovely thank you note. Almost every Christmas or holidays, I donate FFA and those students there at Westminster a lot of pine trees, and so they can make wreaths and door decorations. So I wanted to thank them for that. I've been out and about meeting with people, budget meetings, budget hearings, have a security meeting tomorrow. But one thing I did learn through this whole pandemic is, and this affects everyone in this room, that I would like to reach out to the State Board of Education and Superintendent Chaudhry to please make your State Department user-friendly. When you go to their website and you pick out a phone number, you get an answering machine. And it takes you a day or more to get a phone number that is relevant to your problem. It takes weeks, or I'm going to say months, for them to reply from emails. And many of these things through the pandemic, whether we were at committees or presenting, it was time sensitive. So up to date today, I need to do an update. At 1:59, when I was getting ready to walk into this building, I received an email from Superintendent Chaudhry's assistant, and she sent me an email explaining all about what went on in September, November, and December, and what is going on. And I had sent her an email 3 months before that. So please make yourself more user-friendly, respond, and help us out in a better fashion than what they are right now. If I was running a business like the State Board of Education in their customer service, I would definitely be out of business. So please help these Board of Education, help parents be able to contact people a lot easier than what it is now. And I thank you.
And Ms. Herbert, can I ask, you were president of this board at that time and
I
could not get a response from the Maryland State Board?
No, I did not get a response until after the fact, months later. So I'm just reaching out because it is very frustrating. It took Brenda and Carrie one day to try to get me a phone number to talk to a member on the board. And that is not user-friendly in any way, shape, or form. And you can go through the website and you can email. But when you email 3 months later, that is not good customer service. So that is the one thing I did learn through all this pandemic. So please, let's update your website and get back in touch with us. Thank you.
And I've done some MABE legislative meetings and some work on the superintendent search and the budget hearing. And obviously, MSDE likes Mrs. Herbert more than they like me. I've never got a response from an email or a letter.
So some of the activities, we had the CAC meeting virtually. There are presentations from the media center specialists from elementary, middle, and high schools. And I would like to see the presentation shown at a board meeting in the near future. I think it was incredible and knowledgeable to know the process of what they do to get the books in their media centers. Mr. Streeter also spoke regarding the bullying policy, and it was very good information. I think everyone seemed to really appreciate what you had told them. I attended the Manchester Valley Senior One Acts opening night and closing night, and I want to congratulate all of the amazing performances. They're now getting ready for Cinderella, so it's I get to hear all about that right now, so it's quite fun, and just so happy that our kids are doing their activities. It's good to see, good to hear. I do want to address some of the confusion that's been lingering around. Us as board members, we get invited to various events around the county and various activities. We can either go as a board member if we're invited, and we only speak only for ourselves, or we can attend as individuals. I mean, after all, we are members of the community, we're taxpayers as well. We can attend whatever church we want, concerts, and various groups. So we are allowed to have individual lives. When we're not here, with our families, with our kids, those things are permitted. As we are getting ready to discuss an updated bullying policy, I am asking members of the community to also evaluate themselves on their social media procedures and their wonderful little practices. Words do matter. And our students are seeing these things. They are seeing these posts made by adults. Cyberbullying is just as concerning, if not worse, than face-to-face bullying. I want you to think of it this way. If you weren't able to say it to an individual face-to-face, maybe you shouldn't type it. We really need to be mindful of what we're doing and understand, yes, our children are seeing these things. When we get ready to discuss the bullying policy, I will be asking the board to see if we can create some type of PSA, kind of like the Dear Future Me. We need to do it. We need to go ahead and take a stand and say to this community, enough is enough, and we need to stop the hate. The divisiveness is impacting our children and the community as a whole. All right, some good news. Let's get up in the happy here. 4-H signups are still available, so make sure you contact the Carroll County Extension Office if you're interested in the 4-H. I want to say good luck to all of our students that are going out for spring sports or activities. I want to say congratulations to our seniors that have completed their career and technology certificates, their last games, or their last performances. Take those memories with you. Don't forget the feeling at the last time that you took a bow, the last ball you threw, the last pin you made. Gotta have a wrestling thing there. Or the last hood you closed. February is Love Month. Out in the lobby, there's a nice little heart bowl with some hugs. Help yourself. Do something nice for a stranger this coming Valentine's Day. Kindness can go a long, long way, and it can brighten someone's day. And lastly, February is Black History Month, and I want to acknowledge the women of color that broke barriers. Rosa Parks is a woman who refused to continue with the conformity of that time. It's those like Rosa Parks that set the stage for women of all colors and all backgrounds to have rights, to stand up, and to fight for others. That's it.
Thanks. I just had two quick things I wanted to talk about. We had the first Family Life Committee meeting with the newly formed committee. We had that at the end of January, and the committee did a really nice job. I was really, really pleased to see we had, I think the committee could have a maximum of 32 members. We had 26 there at the first meeting, so it was certainly a quorum. Had some really good discussions. Want to thank Jimmy Rodriguez and Christine Tobias about their planning for that meeting, and we did have a couple of things that were up for approval immediately because they were time sensitive. So items that they were looking to develop for Health 1 and Health 2. So you'll see that later on in the agenda tonight. So I just wanted to say I think it was a really good first meeting and really thankful for all the community members who stepped up and joined that committee to have some really, really good discussions. And the second one is the curriculum and instruction meeting that we had for January. There was also some really good, we talked about last month some of the good things that was coming out of that committee, like the World Languages program, and some other things that we had brought to the table. And this month, there was additional great discussion and good topics. So about secondary English, guidelines for strong content, the fall ELO results. We really looked at those and tried to understand how impactful the ELO was for our students, and it was quite impactful. The middle school ag club, new apprenticeships, and esports programs. So really a lot of good and exciting things going on. So want to thank everyone for their efforts in those particular committees.
And Ms. Mestre.
I don't have much today. This past month with senior year and all, of course, with the end of the year coming up, it's been very busy with academics, extracurriculars and all. But I just wanted to echo what Jamie, the CCSJ president, said. We have had a couple meetings regarding changing our Schwab election procedures. So we are trying to make it more democratic and more transparent. And you guys we'll be hearing a lot more about that in the coming months as well. And our general election is March 24th, in which all high schoolers in Carroll County will be able to vote for the student representative on the Board of Education. So this is an amazing big step that we are taking to make this process more democratic. So that's all I have today.
Thank you. Dr. Lockhart, Superintendent's report.
Mr. Kyler, may I say one thing? I forgot to tell you the ending of, I forgot one more thing. After I received my email today at 1:59, I sat out there in my car. Dr. Dorsey saw me on the phone, and it said, call this phone number. Guess what? It was a voicemail. So, so I just want to let you know. That's what I got. Take it away, Dr. Lockhart.
Okay, thank you. As we've heard a couple times, February is Black History Month, and so our schools are celebrating the achievements of African Americans and their contributions to the history of our nation. Individual schools are holding many learning activities throughout the month, and you can find a list of those on our website, photos and videos being posted on our Facebook and Twitter pages, and we look forward to seeing those. I'd like to congratulate 3 of our high school seniors who have been selected to serve as student pages during the 2022 session of the Maryland State Legislature. So congratulations to Catherine Ellison of Westminster High School, Cooper Uncle of Manchester Valley High School, and Joseph Zelkowitz of South Carroll High School. For those who don't know, the Student Page program is designed to interested youth in state government, particularly in the proceedings of the Maryland State Legislature. Students will be working virtually this year to assist and support state delegates and senators. And the program also has a goal of increasing participation in government and fostering leadership among youth by providing students with worthwhile experiences in state government. So we're really proud of the 3 students that are representing Carroll County Public Schools in the state legislature this year. We also want to congratulate the Century High School Knights Marching Band for being selected to represent the state of Maryland in the 2022 Pearl Harbor Memorial Parade to be held in Honolulu on December 7th, 2022. This selection was based on the band's outstanding reputation and an extensive review by a selection committee. The students from Century will not only proudly represent the state of Maryland, but also the veterans of World War II from Maryland and those who served on the famed battleship USS Maryland. Congratulations to the band members, Director Sarah Norris, on this extraordinary honor. We're very proud to have them representing our school system and our state. And finally, I'd like to say a giant thank you and a best wishes to 2 members of our senior staff. This is their last meeting. Chris Hartlove and Jason Anderson. Mr. Anderson couldn't be here this evening, but both of these individuals have given so much of their time and talents to Carroll County Public Schools. We wish them nothing but the best in some exciting future endeavors, but also wanted to make sure they knew They were appreciated, and we thank them for all they've given to our school system. So thank you. Okay.
Yes, thank you, guys, both of them very much. COVID-19 fiscal report. Dr. Lockhart?
Okay, board members, this is your monthly COVID-19 fiscal report, and Mr. Hartlove is here for any questions that you may have.
Somebody has to ask him something, right?
The night's not over.
We'll see him at the budget presentation
That's right.
later.
Oh, okay, okay, then we're okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we know that. Construction report, Dr. Lockhart?
Similarly, our construction report provides updates, and really they're centered on our two major projects, which are moving along very nicely, right, Mr. Marks? And he is also here, should you have any questions to those projects.
That field looks so beautiful over there by East Middle. I love it.
Dr. Lockhart, we'll be talking in more depth about the MOU later on this evening, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, blueprint implementation report, Dr. Lockhart?
Thank you. There is Mr. O'Neill. He's at the podium tonight. And we have decided that it's important that we provide a monthly blueprint implementation report to keep us up to speed on what's happening or what isn't happening as it relates to the blueprint. But we know a lot of work in front of us over the next decade. And so he is here this evening with that.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Lockhart, and good evening. For tonight's report, we were going to talk a little bit about state funding, but we spent a lot of time on that at the work session, and later you'll be adopting your budget, so we won't go over all of that again, unless you want to have questions now.
Okay.
Except to say the good news is, again, more funding. The challenges are, hopefully the additional state funding covers the blueprint requirements, but all of your other requirements are going to require, local funding to make them happen. And then we had talked about some of these cautions. We wanted to give you some quick updates on things that are happening at the state. You all know that the Accountability Implementation Board appointed an executive director, so that's one staff member, and that's helpful, particularly because it's such a knowledgeable staff member, sort of the architect of the blueprint now in that role. And we do hope that guidance will roll out. Different agencies at the state hold regular meetings for blueprint coordinators or people who chair different aspects of the blueprint, including the Superintendent Association, MABE, and now MSD has joined in that. And so hopefully guidance will start to flow from those opportunities as well. And then even though there's still a lot of lack of clarity and a lot of uncertainty about will timelines be adjusted and that sort of thing, and we can discuss that if you'd like, there are still timelines that have to be met under the law, and for that last bullet and sub-bullets, those are the timelines that are under some discussion as to whether they would change. But other timelines have come and gone and have been met, and since we talked a little bit about it last night and we want to give you something meaningful to have and to think about and discuss, I'm going to ask Steve Wernig, our Director of Elementary Schools, who also chairs the Early Childhood Subcommittee of our own internal blueprint process, to come up and talk about some of the items, some of the uncertainties, some of the challenges that we're seeing with pre-K implementation.
Good evening, board members, Commissioner Weaver, Dr. Lockhart. I just wanted to start off just to give you an overview of kind of what does our pre-K program currently look like, how many sites we have. Currently, we have 12 full-day sites. And by 2026 through 2030, we need to have all sites accredited through what Maryland calls the Maryland Excels accreditation program. So we have 12 full-day sites, and 4 of those sites are currently accredited prior to the blueprint being authorized. We also have 8 half-day sites. Our goal is actually through the blueprint to have all of our sites full day and accredited. So we're working towards that currently. So next year, accreditation takes about 18 months. So we're working with 5 additional schools next year who have full pre-K sites to begin the accreditation through MSDE. Currently, Freedom, of course, does not have a site at their school just because of the overcrowding at their school. And we have the Southern Area Redistricting Committee looking at that. So when there is space available, we will have a site at that school. And Mount Airy, of course, does not, because that's a 3 through 5 school, and PARS actually has their site, within that community. We also partner with several public providers. We currently partner with Catholic Charities, Head Start, and New Beginnings, which is in Tawny Town. And they are public providers that we've partnered with for many years. And so when we look at our pre-K eligibility, of course, a student must be 4 years old by September 1st of the current school year, and they must currently fall within the federal poverty level, which is provided to us through the Maryland State Department of Education. Parents have access to, of course, if they fall into that category, to attend one of our pre-K sites, or they can choose to work with either Catholic Charities, Head Start, or New Beginnings to attend one of their sites as well. So they do have that option. And the blueprint is actually looking to expand additional private sites. They just have not given us that information. The original December deadline for our pre-K capacity report, they were supposed to provide us with how many private sites there were for pre-K, and they have not been able to provide us with that at this point. So we're continuously waiting on that. Within our sites, we also, within our current pre-K, we also support any students who may be homeless, who are in foster care, who may need additional support through special education, our ELL students, and any other students that may have severe academic needs are also, able to attend our pre-K. As we continue through the process, again, we're looking at expanding our programs to full day. We're hoping between 2026 and 2030, when the blueprint actually kicks in, that we will have all full day sites. Currently, our full day sites are supported through what they call a pre-K expansion grant, and that actually allows us to pay within that grant to support some of our teachers from going half day to full day. And so that is what supports us in having several of those sites being full day instead of half day. In the state of Maryland, we are only required to have a half day program. So, 12 of our sites go beyond that. And by 2026, the expectation is also, instead of looking at the federal poverty line, going 300% above that federal poverty line. So we would be required to include any student in pre-K that is up to 300% above the federal poverty line. We're waiting on additional guidance at this point. In all reality, we've only received initial guidance. Haven't received anything since the original blueprint has come out, so we're continuously waiting for the Maryland State Department of Education's Early Childhood Department to provide us additional guidance to implement the blueprint. Are there any questions?
What is the enrollment of our pre-K program?
Sure. Currently, we are able to house about 400 slots for 400 pre-K students. We are right around 380. So that varies depending on, people moving in, people coming in and wanting to apply. But that's just within our pre-K sites. Again, we also work with private providers, and there are slots open within that as well if a parent chooses to work with the private.
And is that about what it would be in 2026 with the poverty line, or is that significantly more, a larger number of students in 2026?
It would be a larger amount of students, just because we're right at the federal poverty line, and by 2026, we should be up to 300% beyond that, or of the poverty line. So that's why MSDE is really working with us and the community to have those private provider sites, so that we can work hand in glove and say, okay, at this point, there are these providers that are open. The concern is that the accreditation does take 18 months, and it's through MSDE. So it looks at the classrooms, and it not only looks at the pre-K classrooms, it also looks at the kindergarten classrooms, because they're considered early childhood as well within our schools. If a private provider doesn't have a kindergarten, they look at all their pre-K classrooms. So it's, it costs, it takes some cost, you know, and a budget for some of our private sites to really go through that accreditation to support what's needed within that Maryland Excels accreditation process.
So when we get up to 3 times the poverty level, I would imagine that that encompasses a significant proportion of our students. Like, so 400 today is not really a large number in terms of the total student population, but at 3 times the poverty level, I would think that that would go up pretty dramatically.
I would agree. I do not have the figures on that. That is, again, something that MSDE says that they would provide us with additional information on what even that's going to look like, the poverty line will look like at that percentage. It changes each year based on the federal poverty, so we do not have it for this year. One of the things that we're looking at, usually we start the enrollment process in the summer. To support our parents, we're actually researching starting in April. So we currently have kindergarten enrollment starts, we used to have it in March, and it's March 7th, the week of March 7th this week. So we're also going to try and piggyback that then in April to start pre-K enrollment, so parents have additional time to make plans of, you know, if they're accepted into our program or if they want a private provider.
So if I may, there's a lot to unpack here. Steve, you've done a nice job of providing us with an overview and a summary. To your question, Ms. Savigny, yeah, we're going to have a lot more pre-K students over the next many years joining us. That's part of the blueprint. That has us consider not only things like accreditation and that process, which also you have to redo that every, how many years, Steve? 5 or?
Yeah, it's roughly every 5 years
Right.
you have to go through the accreditation process. Yeah.
But it also has us thinking about capital kinds of implications as it relates to space as well.
Yeah, that's
That's
where I was
why I was
going
trying to
go.
get.
And transportation and everything that kind of comes with when you add new students and classes.
Yes, because I was thinking we have some schools that don't have the kindergarten classrooms yet.
Right.
So now we're looking at pre-K
Yep.
spaces.
So, thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the blueprint report? Now we go into action items. I need a motion for the approval of revisions to the board policy student bullying.
So moved.
Second,
I'll second.
Dr. Locker.
Thank you. As Mr. Streeter makes his way through the podium, the student bullying policy is returning for action after a period of public comment. Also, Mr. Streeter has kind of taken the show on the road. I know you can speak to, you visited the CAC, I think the student government, I believe there was our teacher advisory group. And am I missing a couple, Mr.?
So the principal groups, I was able to meet with some and also sent out emails to all. SGA, I think that was the, yeah.
So we've gathered a lot of feedback from a lot of stakeholders, and as you recall from Mr. Streeter's previous presentation, the changes really reflect those required by the state's model policy, which was recently reviewed and updated by the State Board of Education. So, Mr. Streeter.
Sure, let me go over just a couple of the updates that I made based on the feedback, and then if you'll indulge me, I'll add a couple clarifications to some feedback questions that came in that perhaps may clarify them. Just first on the policy, the couple updates we made based on feedback. In the limitation of liability, what we changed, there was the word victim before, and we've changed that to target, just to be parallel. That was based on some feedback that we got. The other feedback that we got from a definition perspective, in the definition of sexual harassment, we added digital because we had clearly added intentional. We added the word written, but we hadn't had digital. So it is certainly our intent to address digital as well as the information outlines below, but that was not there. So appreciate the feedback on that. That was from a definition perspective, that's the updates to the policy itself. The regulations based on feedback, some changes that we made would be on page 2. I shared this at the meeting, but I added the statement that have a nexus back to the school setting, so it's clearly stated that if there's a connection to the bullying event that impacts the school, just to clarify that a little bit more clearly, instead of just the substantial disruption of the school, that if there is a connection back to the school, that is something that we address. I know one of the challenges is when it happens outside the school, it's tough for us sometimes to affect change and things that happen outside of school, but we certainly still want to make efforts to address that and to support the targets as well as to educate the perpetrator. So the definition was also updated in parallel to the board the board policy, and I think, I'm looking through, I made some highlights. I think those were the only changes to what was there before. But just as an opportunity to clarify some things, there's some feedback about the timeliness of investigations. That is specifically included in the regulation within 2 school days. That's the guidance. We certainly want to do this as quickly as possible. Sometimes we have staff issues. We might have an administrator that's out. Certainly the students might not be there. It could go beyond 2 school days. As it says, within 2 school days after a complaint or as timely as possible, because if one of the students isn't in school, that's certainly a barrier to be able to fully investigate. So there were questions about the timeliness. So we do specifically address that. The other question that we got, and I believe it was public comment tonight, very appreciated feedback, is about the idea of protected groups and how we would address that. Some of the feedback included ideas of mandatory minimums, so to speak, or how we would address that specifically. I think in 2015, Mr. O'Malley, not to put you on the spot, but I think that's the year, Maryland eliminated in the statute for discipline mandatory minimums. I've shared that with you, maybe not as directly, when we updated the substance abuse policy, where we say up to and up to. We're not allowed to make a mandatory minimum that if a student possesses drugs, you automatically have this consequence. It's all structured in the up to through the progression of discipline. So we do outline in the regulation a pretty in-depth, everywhere from parent conference all the way up to expulsion, I think listed as a progression of interventions. Certainly restorative approaches is something that we see. We don't specifically spell that word out, but when we talk about student, I'm trying to think of the wording, or I'll find the wording, probably better. When we have like a mediation, I think is the exact wording in here. So a student mediation is a restorative approach. Letter of apologies, restorative approach. So those pieces, I appreciate the public's feedback and sensitivity to that. And I do think it's also important that when folks report occurrences of bullying, we want them to encourage them to identify what that motivation was. Was it based on a student's disability? Was it based on race? Was it based on, so that comes through the reporting mechanism. And our administrators, as they investigate and determine whether or not it's bullying, the consequence will navigate. High school folks generally tend to have higher levels of discipline, where in elementary, where we're doing more teaching, we don't suspend pre-K to 2-year-olds, pre-K to 2nd grade, unless there's a safety issue. So, there are certain regulations built into that. So I think it's important for the public to understand that we do, although the regulation doesn't specify in any level the protected classes, it is on the reporting form as it is today. We will be changing the reporting form to align to the Maryland model policy when we implement this next year. And it's a little bit more detailed for implementation. But the big picture that I want to convey is we do look at those pieces. We don't have the authority to make mandatory minimums. And so therefore, that's why you don't see that in the policy or the regulation.
I know, and I was asked by a few different people why it didn't spell out in here the word hate crime. And I think you just described it well. But the other thing, and I know Dr. Lockhart has said it well, we want everyone to respect everyone, and that's the goal. But then also, could you just touch on, I think a lot of the public doesn't understand, student discipline, staff discipline, it's confidential. So they don't hear how someone got punished, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Correct. And specifically relating to bullying, Mr. Kyler, that's why those follow-ups are in place. We encourage a best practice for any time you deal with a student situation is to follow up with the students that were involved, and certainly to encourage them that while we can't share with them exactly what happened or what actions we took, we share that with parents. We've taken an action that in the attempt to teach the student and for that student to correct that behavior. We, at some level, have to assume it worked unless we hear back. So if families are frustrated, we want them to reach back out to their administrators and work through that. Specifically outlined in the bullying regulation, we have a check-in, and I believe it's 10 days, and then another check-in within 20, so that's very specifically outlined. But it's best practice through all times we interact with our students through the lens of discipline.
Any other questions?
I just had one on page number 4 of 8 in the regulation, and I guess it's just maybe more of a comment in one sense. But again, when, I guess it's the second bullet down, where the principal consults with either the director of student services or the coordinator, or the supervisor of school security and emergency management. We used to always include the directors as well in that. But I see this says it's as required by the state. And it just seems like locally, we used to always keep the directors in the loop as well.
There's a really well-worn path between my office and theirs, both ways. But Dr. Dorsey, in alignment with the expectation, it wasn't in the previous language. We certainly could add that if that's something that, and I did add it in other places where we added the school level director. But the intent of this is if there was a issue where there were swastikas or something of that magnitude is what that's specifically. That's where we would get law enforcement involved, just to give an example of the level that serious incident of discrimination that we would be dealing with at that level and involving. We would work with Mr. Pearson, our partners at the Sheriff's Department, and we would work through that.
And again, I just know it was always great to feel supported by the directors as well. So,
sure.
Again, I just wanted to bring that point out.
And we can certainly add that in the regulation, just to add supervisor of school security, emergency management, and then add the, what we generally do, Dr. Dorsey, is write the director of student services or school level director.
Yeah.
Essentially, when I'm out, which is so infrequent and not frequent enough, if I might add, we work closely together, and basically I let them know that if I'm out, we kind of cover for each other as my designee if I'm out as the director of student services. But we certainly could articulate that with the director of student services or school level director. I certainly will be happy to make that change.
I'm very glad that, I got the opportunity to sit down with you and go over this and talk to you about it and get good explanations on it. The different guidelines, that have it regarding the discrimination policies and the equal opportunity. So I was, very happy to see those references are there if you need to counteract anything. Going forward, I do think it's important that we also teach the kids the difference between conflict versus mean, rude behavior versus bullying. The card I had showed you, I think that's something we can definitely look into to have in our schools, somehow posted up or something. I think it's a great resource. And I think it would help too, especially maybe even elementary, okay, tell me what happened, were they mean or did they do something? So I think that helps too to identify, the kids will learn how to identify what the differences are. And of course, we don't want to tolerate behavior that's repetitive. So, but I thank you very much for everything.
And I do think it's important to highlight that we focused a lot of our time and energy and discussion on the response to bullying, including the regulation, which we've always done, is proactive approaches. Schools do things like mix it up day at lunch, working with PBIS. There's a lot of things we do for positive, what does being a good friend look like at the elementary school level. Sources of Strength has an element that, when you're building positive culture, that's anti-bullying. Right. So that's all outlined in the regulation as well. And when there are occurrences of bullying, that we have an opportunity to educate the student that is the alleged perpetrator, or perhaps after investigation is the perpetrator. Right. That, we have a responsibility, like I shared at CAC, we have to love all the kids. We have a responsibility to educate all the kids. And that sometimes is difficult. I think, Mr. Kyler, what you alluded to, when the families say, I want to know what happened. We have a confidentiality reality we can't share. We also have an obligation to support all of our students.
I think too, it's important to at least let some of our middle school and high schoolers know how to report some type of cyberbullying issues. You know, my daughter, you know, all I tell her is just report to your advisor or your principal, like let them know. You can send an email to them. But I think there does need to be like a clear path too, as far as, you know, middle school and high schoolers know how to report things they've seen on social media, whether it's they hated, you know, the ugly girls of whatever high school, because those have happened.
Sure.
So
There is a link on the homepage of the CCPS webpage for reporting bullying. It's
Okay.
on the very front of our webpage. And that takes you to an electronic reporting form where folks can put the information, and that goes directly to the administration at that school.
Yeah, I mean, that's like I told my daughter, like, take a screenshot and send it. But that's what you can do, you know, send to your advisor, send to the principal. I think that's definitely something we need to make sure our middle school and high school students know how to do, that they need to report things like that.
Any other questions?
Mr. Streeter, so the reporting forms, those can't really be anonymous, right? So the regulation from Maryland, it says that a local board may develop anonymous tip lines and things like that, but we encourage folks to not report anonymously, correct? Because you can't investigate if it's
really hard.
anonymous.
We can investigate, but it's really hard to arrive at a conclusion. The place that we use the anonymous is the tip line that's established. We do get things through that. Through the Maryland Center for School Safety, I think is where the tip line comes from. And they may be bullying related, they may be threat related, but that's the mechanism by which we receive anonymous tips that we try to follow up on. But to your point, it is difficult to follow through and be thorough on anonymous tips. But depending upon what that is, we are able to ascertain more information. A lot of times the anonymous tips are more global instead of specific. So it certainly hampers our ability to fully investigate and get to the root of the problem.
I do know that I want to thank the public. We had got a lot of feedback online about this policy. So were we able to address, I know that there weren't a lot of changes from the first draft that we looked at last month, but were we able to address most of those concerns that came in from the public?
My belief is, and that's why I shared what I did, most of what the concerns were, with the exception of the definitions and some of those pieces, there were questions about the timeliness, which I addressed earlier this evening, questions about what I thought a significant amount of feedback was related to the hate crime statute or the protected class, that there would be specific provisions, that's why I explained that this evening, that's not appropriate for the regulation. There was questions about the progression of discipline, and even by COMAR, we're not allowed to have a mandatory minimum. So that was the bulk of the feedback. So I feel like it's not addressable through the policy, but perhaps through this ability to share and for people to watch, that might answer those questions.
Okay, great. And Ms. Pataglia, I know you said that the CAC discussed this. Did the CAC actually have any recommendations for changes or future investigation?
I got digital from CAC, that was one, and the victim target in the limitation of liability, both were specifically from CAC. And I think some of the questions, if I remember right, Ms. Pataglia, I'm sorry, I'm answering for Ms. Pataglia. If that's
No, that's all right. It's okay.
But I was there. So are you okay with that, Ms. Pataglia? Yeah. All right, sorry. The other piece that came out, I think there was discussion about the classification. There was some concern about that, and I talked about it on the reporting form, because we don't identify the types of bullying in the regulation. That's through the reporting form. So if it was racially motivated, due to perceived sexual orientation, gender identity, those pieces are on the reporting tool.
And I know that this policy really focuses on student-to-student bullying. I still think that there's potential issues with other types, right? With student and teacher, teacher and student, teacher to teacher, that gets handled through HR. The bargaining agreements and HR, right? But the other three types that involve students, I think that we just need to make sure that we're addressing bullying in totality, right? And I think that, what's that?
As a whole.
As a whole. And Mr. Tagley, you had said something about like wanting to do a PSA or,
Yeah, I think we need to look in doing some type of PSA like the Dear Future Me. I think it'd be important to show, even as adults, we get called names. We got Ken and Barbie sitting here apparently. We get called names, we get all kinds of things we see on social media, hear from our friends, our family, out and about in public. I think it's just important to let our students know that we get it too, and you just need to know how to, know how to deal with it, that's hard to do. And then you need to just say, enough is enough and stop the hate.
is that something that the CAC is willing to take on or have further discussions about?
I think I'd like to see us as board members do the video, to be perfectly honest. Teachers who want to, if they've gone through something in their life, have them sign up to do a video like that too. Have them be part of it. I think it's something that we can say as adults and leaders, we get it. We understand it. We've been there. And the only way we can really, I think, truly stop it is we send the signal that it stops.
Any other questions?
Kind of going along with that point, so I know we have a county advisory curriculum, so do we have any lessons in there about bullying or cyberbullying specifically?
Most specifically, the lessons are in the health classroom, which I'm not exceptionally familiar with, but there are lessons through the health curriculum, and there are school guidance, school counselors. Judy Klinger is saying, don't say guidance counselor to me right now. School counselors, particularly the elementary level, a lot of their focus is on, we don't necessarily say bully, 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 but just, I always said as a principal, let's fertilize the good grass, right? That's how you choke out weeds in the lawn. So you get everybody to look at things positively, bystanders to step up and support a student who might be on the wrong side of something. So that happens, the school counselor lessons happen both the elementary and the middle school level. A lot of the high schools, it's through clubs and different organizations where they might do like events and things like that to celebrate students' differences, more of a proactive piece.
But I do feel like that as we get to the high school level, the definition of bullying really changes at that level, and it does shift more towards cyberbullying. And what we're taught about cyberbullying, say in like the Health 1 class we take in 9th grade as part of the graduation requirement, it often doesn't hold true as much because it usually generally focuses on the basics that we've been taught since middle school. But we feel it's really evolved in recent years because of social media and all. And I think that even beyond just those optional club events and all, it would be nice to have something that every student in the school is like taught like every few months or so, like with something like through the county advisory curriculum.
It's certainly something we could take a look at. And, I think as we expand from a half credit health requirement to a full credit, I don't want to step in Ms. McCausland's area of curriculum, but there's certainly things that they could explore in that area. And again, I'm not super familiar exactly with what lessons are taught as it relates to cyberbullying and things. And
Devanshi, I think that makes a lot of sense. And as we're talking about the curriculum that they're developing for health, like the additional pieces that they're developing for health too, as that's going to be required, I think that's a good focus to try to add in to the discussions.
Thank you.
Do we still have flex where they have a regular class one day a week, or is flex?
yes.
All right, well, that would be a perfect spot to put that in flex, and in the high school because it's different. And I think it needs to be put in there and have some really good discussions among your group that you've been with forever, for all 4 years. So I think that would be a great place to put it. It would be in flex.
Certainly can look at, again, exploring that. I think we do Naviance through that time as well. It's another with the college and career readiness. So that there's a lot packed in, but there's, ways to incorporate something like, the awareness so that students are aware and just best practices.
Right, and I think that they've been together for the whole time they're in high school, and they're used to each other, and they're respect each other, and I think that would be a really good place for that to be added.
And if we want to talk about the county flex and advisory curriculum that we have set for each of that Wednesday time, it has not changed in a very long time. And oftentimes it feels like we're getting the same lessons on the same weeks every single year. So
Well,
it
now
would be
we can
nice
add
to
that.
have something. So it would be nice to have something new, something current, and something relevant for the students to learn during that time.
Yep, I think that's a great idea. I appreciate, Ms. Herbert, you bringing that up. And we can start to look at how we can begin to incorporate some of those important components that we've talked about, particularly as it relates to cyberbullying in our high schools moving forward. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Any more questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I need a motion for the approval of revisions to board policy for student enrollment and attendance.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
Dr. Locker.
Okay, Mr. Streaker didn't go anywhere because he's back for approval of revisions to board policy JE, student enrollment and attendance. This has also been out for a period of public comment as it relates to the student enrollment and attendance policy, and Mr. Streaker noted during past discussion that these changes also reflect recent changes in the law.
Yes, and board members, just one quick reminder I do want to make about the bullying policy. That's to be implemented in the 22-23 school year. Just want to make sure that I said I'm sorry for not mentioning that earlier. But back to student enrollment. The reason for this change is to align with the new Maryland Senate Bill 515, which was relating to the enrollment of a student who's on the sex offender registry and restricting them from being enrolled in a public school. So that's where this is was about, and that's outlined in section C on page 2. No changes from what I brought to you before, and that's lifted directly from the statute.
Any questions, board members?
Were there any changes from what we saw last month?
Not at all.
Not at all. I didn't see any, just wanted to make sure I didn't miss them.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So this is relating to attendance overall. Do we have a list of exemptions for what is considered an unexcused or excused absence?
Yes, the student service manual that's public on our webpage lists all of our attendance coding for what's excused, unexcused. I could direct you to that. I think it's like, this is really sad that I can tell you this. I think it's around page 17 or 18 of like 512. So
Okay.
I visit there frequently. So somewhere in the early 20s, there's all the information about attendance. There's a grid that shows what the attendance code is, kind of gives a description and talks, like there are like college visits, as an example, are not counted as absences. Students have 2 college visits per year that we don't mark them absent. Sometimes we have students that are in planned activities that pre-approved, that they're not marked absent. The new quarantine, when students were required to quarantine, and as some students or families still choose to quarantine based on Maryland law or Maryland MSD guidance that was put out beginning of second quarter. Those are not absences. So all of that is in the handy student service.
So are mental health days that students take, are they considered an excused absence?
Say that again, the
Mental health days, if students take mental health days.
they would be excused absences, most likely coded IO2, which is a sick code. It means that they're marked, it's excused sick. And then we have some absences that are unexcused. But a mental health day would not be marked as unexcused, as long as we have documentation.
And this may be a bit beyond what we're discussing right now, but I would like for the board to consider coding a mental health day differently rather than having it be coded as a sick day, because taking a mental health day does not inherently mean the student is ill or sick per se, but coding it differently could just be a mental health day.
So Devanshi, just to clarify, the Maryland Student Records Manual that's published by the MSDE gives us required absence codes that we don't have the ability to change, and we have the autonomy to create our own present codes, like home and hospital teaching. So when a student's on home and hospital teaching, we don't mark them absence because we are providing them educational services. But the records manual, for us to adopt or create our own absence code, we aren't permitted to do that. We have to follow the guidance. And that's something that's audited by the state, I think, every other year. When we ask people when their child is sick, we ask, we have to ask what it is. That's for auditing purposes as well. So, and IO2, which is a sick day, which is where we would currently classify a mental health day.
Devanshi, can you help me understand what you mean by if someone takes a mental health day? Like, what would be the definition of a mental health day?
So oftentimes, a mental health day would be a day where the student takes to take care of themselves, to take care of their own mental health. So if they're like feeling overwhelmed or like, just with the amount of schoolwork, or if it's been a very like grueling set of circumstances that they've had to go through like just in the past week. They aren't sick, they aren't mentally ill, or they're but they are just under a lot of stress and they need just a day to like decompress from it all. So that could be a circumstance wherein they could take a mental health day, where they take that day to just practice self-care. That's a general overview, but I can give you a more in-depth one later on.
Okay.
If you would like one.
I kind of assumed that's what you meant. I just wanted to understand. Now, would that be something that parents would have to know and submit to the school, right?
In their absence note. So when any time a student's out, we send our school messenger, unless we know ahead of time, we send our school messenger calls and emails to let them know their children aren't in school. And then parents have an obligation to supply the reason for absence. And that's reviewed by a staff member. If someone wrote a mental health day, we would code that as an excused absence as sick. I look at some level, Devanshi, maybe perspective, like a personal business day, like I just need a day for me to kind of, unwind or to focus on taking care of myself, or maybe I just need extra time. Now, again, that's all up to the parent, whether the student is out or not. Whether it's excused absence is really whether or not the parent puts that in. We also have, not related to mental health days, but perhaps vacation. We have families that go on vacation. We have a code for that. Which is E13, that's an other excused absence. So we do try to code out whether there's a sickness, a medical type related absence versus other types of absences, all outlined by the Maryland Student Records Manual.
So you had mentioned that quarantines were not supposed to be considered absences.
So great question. We're getting a lot of that at the end of Q2.
Okay.
During Q1, we had submitted and had approved our plan that for Q1, students who were COVID positive were marked absent and sick. That's how we put it out in the beginning. So COVID positive was sick, and students placed in quarantine were absent and coded L17, which is medical exclusion.
Okay.
We didn't have a lot of guidance from MSDE at the time. Every jurisdiction in the state was doing their own thing. We put that together, it was approved. Guidance came out sometime in October from MSDE that said, you don't need to mark students who are in quarantine as absent. Beginning the second quarter, this is what the guidance looks like. So then I worked with our team. We created a new code, QP, quarantine present, for implementation in the second quarter, that if a student is now, second quarter moving forward, students in quarantine are coded QP, which is not an absence code, because they have access to the work, they have access to a quarantine success coach, we have access to supporting them, that's within the state guidance. And a student who is COVID positive, we're marking L17. Okay. Part of the reason we do that is because when we look at attendance for purposes of attendance awards, or as we look at career and tech, we want to be able to differentiate the absence related to quarantine when they were absences, and there aren't anymore. And families have said, my child strives to have perfect attendance, and if this has changed, the challenge is we have to follow through an audit perspective what we file with MSDE. So when we're audited 2 years from now, or a year from now, whenever lucky year that happens, we have to be able to demonstrate that these absences, they pull files, they go through them, and they want to see that we followed our practices that are in place. So we can't go back and change something that was an existing practice. I know that's confusing. but that's how it works.
So basically, this year, no one has perfect attendance.
Well, some people do. It's probably rare. I almost have perfect attendance, for the record. Only because Mr. King just said you in the background. But yeah.
Okay. All right, yeah, I just wanted to make sure we verified.
Yeah, and I
Like-
do appreciate, actually, that's good for the public to hear, because we're getting a lot of questions about that.
Yeah, because when we saw our report cards for our kids, I'm like, you want explaining that to me?
But our students
was
that
there,
are
I don't
absent,
know.
it's important to note when students recognize perfect attendance, they're able to filter those out.
Okay. All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Any other questions, board members?
I just wanted to make the one comment on the last page, under the procedures, how, again, we can't suspend or expel students solely for attendance-related offenses. You know, it used to go against the grain when the kids would be absent unlawfully, to punish them by saying, okay, now you're suspended for
Thank you
3
for
days.
coming in, go home.
Yeah.
That doesn't make much sense to.
Right.
Yeah.
Any others? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I now need a motion for the approval of the award of bids.
So moved.
Second,
I'll second it.
Dr. Locker?
Okay, board members, there are 5 items on the award of bids. I'll give a brief overview of each, and then we can take questions if you have them. First is the HVAC scope study, which also includes the design of 1 boiler installation. Just for background, the purpose of the scope study is to evaluate the HVAC systems at 10 schools to determine which systems are the highest priority to replace and to develop options for replacement and estimated construction costs. These 10 schools are currently listed in the 6-year CIP request. The current order of these projects is based on age of equipment, and the estimates are only cost per square foot estimates. So the scope study provides a more detailed analysis of each system's condition and a better estimate of construction costs. The 10 schools we've included in the study are Carroll Springs, Carrolltown Elementary, Friendship Valley Elementary, Liberty High School, Mechanicsville Elementary, Mount Airy Elementary, Northwest Middle, Oklahoma Road Middle, Piney Ridge Elementary, and Runnymede Elementary. The second item on award of bids is design services for WWES to replace the heating plant due to age and condition. It has been on our radar for many years, and we are working on that. The EFNP does call for the school to be renovated with planning in 2027, but maintenance has expressed that the risk of waiting is too great. For those, I should have not given you the acronym, William Winchester, in case those listening don't know who WWES is. The design will try to take into account either incorporating the new system into the renovation or reusing it elsewhere. So that's design services for William Winchester, replacing the heating plant due to aging condition. Third, contract for maintenance on the bi-directional amplifiers, which are installed in schools to allow the county 800 megahertz radios to work throughout the buildings. Fourth is the Francis Scott Key Athletic Field emergency repairs. This covers sodding and some grading work that were required to have the field in playable condition for our athletes. Number 5, purchasing list for AV supplies. Did I get 6 on here somehow? Did I skip one? That was 4. I'm sorry, that was 4. Thank you. General classroom supplies, which are general classroom supplies. It's a thick list, I believe. Yep. Okay.
Any questions? Mr. Vigny?
So, Dr. Lockard, thank you for clarifying on number 1. I saw that it said 10 elementary schools. It's not actually 10 elementary schools, it's 10 schools.
And
There are some middles and Carroll Springs on there, correct? So it's
Yeah.
10 total schools,
10
not
schools.
just elementary. Okay, because I had gone back to the CIP and I'm like, there aren't 10 elementary schools on here, so.
did I say 10 elementary schools? I apologize. if I did.
No, you didn't.
Oh.
It was just written on the paper.
It's just written.
Oh,
on
okay.
paper. Yeah, okay, so thank you for that. And then on the BDAs and the maintenance, so the 55,000, that's in total for all the
Yeah.
systems. And is that time only, or is that time and materials?
Right. Time and material.
Time and materials, okay. Seems reasonable.
Ms. Herbert?
I know that we have Francis Scott Key field improvement. Many years ago, when I was started here in Carroll County, we played field hockey on that Francis Scott Key Stadium field. It was flat as a pancake then. I don't know if it ever did get a crown on it, but I would like to make a suggestion that if we ever, we are so far behind with turf fields, that might be one of the fields, first fields in the county that we look at to put turf in, because that is a nightmare. When I saw Troy Wareheim last fall in ankle-deep water all over the sideline of that field, and it has not been fair to those Francis Scott Key students forever because they've had to move all their games. So I am putting that out there, that is something we need to look at coming down the road, because everyone around us has turf fields, and this one has so many problems to begin with. It would be ideal. I'm sure other people have different ideas, but this field is in trouble. So, and I don't care if they re-sod it or what. It would have to cost a lot more than what we're paying now to get it in prime condition for it to continue to go forward. So that's my opinion on that.
So while I guess we're on the topic, we've heard a little bit lately about playgrounds and safety nets. Can you kind of go into detail in that, please, for the public?
So relative to playgrounds, the last couple of times that we've had an elementary school that needed a playground replacement or an upgrade, you've heard at some level from community members there asking for funding from the Board of Ed. That's not been our history. And that's not to say that there's only one possible way to do things, but that's not been the history here. And for what it's worth, that's not the history, I think, in many other Maryland school systems. The last time we polled them was, I guess, maybe during the freedom discussion, and we found that most school systems kind of do what has happened here, which is when we build a school for the first time, there's a playground, but then after that, it's up to the school community and with the school's leadership, the school administration's leadership to plan for that and to generate fundraising to make that happen. And that's been the case for a very, very, very long time. And somehow it's worked. I think people look at the price now and it's a little bit more than they expected. So you're hearing that. That's not part of your capital program. That's not part of our operational budget or process at all. I think you asked about safety nets. That's more of a school-specific thing where the principal and the athletic director and others working with the boosters as they do fundraising. Each principal would have, with their AD, would have a series of items that they would have prioritized, and they would probably, I'm guessing they would consult Mr. King and Mr. Duffy on those kinds of things, and they would allocate the funding, for whatever those items are that they've prioritized.
Okay.
And that's also not really something that's necessarily in your budget that you approve. That's fundraising that's happening in the school community.
I think another thing we heard about too lately has been proper paths or ADA compliant paths for high school fields.
Yeah.
Can you explain that one a little
So
bit too?
that's come up, and I would say that that's not as costly as turf fields, which is something that comes up periodically and has been explored at different times and in different ways, probably 2 or 3 times in the little over a decade that I've been here. Those become items that I think it would be, at least for me, cost prohibitive to assume that a school community could raise that kind of funding, not only to implement the field, but then to replace it within a 10-year window roughly as well. So these are very, very rough numbers. It's not something I've looked at very recently or called colleagues around the state the cost, but you're looking roughly at $1 million to install the turf field the first time, and then you're going to have to replace that field. It looks like to me, based on experience I've heard from others, within a 10-year window at about half the cost. So to me, and I don't get the vote and I understand that, but to me that needs to be a capital project that's sustainable for that kind of funding. Looking at pathways to the game fields at the high schools, we're actively taking a look at, without hiring consultants and spending the money to get to a firmer number, we're actively trying to take a look at what that would cost. How that's been handled historically is whenever we do either build a new school or do a modernization of an existing school, a high school we're talking about, we would we would have some accessibility, whatever the standard is at that time. And then if you think about it, that's why if you looked at our schools, based on the age that they were constructed, you'd see different amounts of accessibility to game fields. We do have kind of some working numbers in terms of linear feet and that sort of thing, because there'll be a pathway at the new East Middle School. And we'll detail this, like, we could do it beforehand, but we would detail this, I think, a little bit more at the Educational Facilities Master Plan discussion. But it's kind of an eye-opening figure when you start looking at those pathways. And again, very, very raw at this point, not very refined, but a couple $100,000, maybe even up to $3,000, depending on the particular location, the grade, those types of things, to install one of those pathways. And so if you have 3 or 4 game fields at a school, depending on the age, you're looking at something that needs to then be part of your capital budget. And that's fine. There's lots of things that are part of your capital budget. And again, I don't want to jump the gun because we can have that conversation more then. But it's the same amount of money and the same number of priorities. So where do those things fit in as well? So that's all part of that bigger conversation.
And I was just asking because, I mean, we have the one here regarding the FSK field, and that was referenced to like, well, why are you doing this, but you can't do this? And I just want the public to understand that, there's certain things that the communities have always done. And, and I get it. I know our playgrounds cost buku bucks,
Sure.
But.
So if there were a school that wanted to resod a field over time, we would suggest that the principal and the AD work with the community, the boosters, to work on that as a project. There are times where fields present emergency situations where if we don't intervene, then you're not playing on that field anytime soon. And in my time here, we sodded fields at Manchester Valley a couple times early on. Key is no different. The first time Mr. Prokop and I heard about it was here at a board meeting. So when I went back and looked, there was no work order that I could find or anything, but I think board member Herbert had raised it. Independently, we had each ridden up there and took a glance at the field and said, if we don't do something, they can't use that field. And so this represents work done in an emergency fashion. And I think there was grading as well as, a little bit of grading work as well as resodding.
Mr. Weaver?
Just FYI, I do have a town hall meeting here on the 21st at the old North Carroll High School to meet the new owners and their plans for the turf fields going in. And we had in our original contract, at least there was consideration for rec councils and the school system for the use of those fields for playoffs and whatever is needed, especially in the rainy season. Now, they were having issues with the Department of Environment and the Army Corps of Engineers, of course, but as they get through those things, you're right on your price on the fields. If they get off at $1 million a field, they're going to be lucky. But those will be somewhat available with proper planning, of course, during, I think, up to about 5, 6 o'clock in the afternoons for, if we have weather like we had a couple years ago, there will be turf fields to play games in county instead of having to go to Howard or wherever we go, Franklin or somewhere else. So it's coming.
And that'll be a help a little bit to your question. I think the community needs to understand when a high school field is unplayable, the options are to travel someplace and pay to use another field. It may well have been cost effective to fix Francis Scott Keys. And I don't remember what all you guys did, but Winters Mill lost their football field, I think it was, almost a whole season. And so then that travel and that cost, and that was mainly water and drainage issues. But to me, it's totally different. We have high school sports, and we have to support the fields they play on. That's different than playground equipment or an elementary school field that again, and you mentioned a little bit Parks and Rec, but the joint use agreement that got developed back in the 70s from the rec side, that's a pretty good deal. You help build the fields and you get to use them for free, and that's kind of nice. And the only thing I think that ever cost Parks and Rec was to use a stadium, which I think was from the outside, your guy's way of saying you can't use it.
Now, this won't be free. Remember, we're going to free enterprise. And you're dealing with now corporation owned.
Yes. This will be pay to use, but still, let's say Francis Scott Key couldn't have played. That's better than paying to go to Howard County or someplace, hopefully.
And I will say one thing, from where I live, I can look over the hill and see Copper Mine is lit up all the time with one turf field. And one turf field's not enough in the county, and I thank them for doing that. But we're gonna need more, and we do need to look at these high schools. We really, one day, somebody's gonna break down and say, yes, besides me, that we need turf fields. And they're expensive. I know that, but we have to do this in planning, because it's definitely not fair to the students of Key when they lose their home field advantage day after day after day. And I know that is important, especially when, you get to the playoffs. Oh, we can't play on our home field. So it's very important.
Okay, looks like we have a break. All in favor? Opposed? We need a motion for the approval to retain independent auditor. Second?
I'll second.
Dr. Lockhart.
Board members, this is the annual contract to complete our annual financial audit, which, as you know, is required by law of every local Board of Education. Clifton Larson Allen has performed this service for us in the past, and we've been pleased with the thoroughness of their work. So we're making that recommendation to you this evening.
Board members.
Dr. Lockhart, can you just remind us if the 86,000 is similar to prior years?
Yes, I believe it, yes. I see Chris
is.
shaking his head.
Any other questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I need a motion for the adoption. Dr. Lockhart, do we want to do all three the same, or we want to do them individually?
We typically do them one at a time, correct? Yes. So we can do the first one, the
Okay.
adoption of the
I
operating
need a
budget.
motion for the adoption of fiscal year '23 operating budget.
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
All right, thank you. So, board members, as you know, this is the business meeting each year where you must adopt your budget and request for submission to the county. At this stage, I've presented you with my recommended budget. We've had 2 budget work sessions, 1 public hearing. You've invested a lot of time in discussing all the system needs and priorities. We've been also working to understand the requirements of the blueprint and what conditions may come with additional state revenue we now understand we will receive. So as you know, in my recommended budget, I suggested we asked for an additional $4 million in local revenue from the county. This recommendation is based on the additional state funds under what we believe the additional state funds under Blueprint will, at best, pay for year 1 Blueprint requirements. And that leaves us with only the county revenue to meet the other needs and priorities of the system. And if you remember at our budget work session, we outlined a significant number of needs and priorities well beyond what is allotted to us. Based on the last work session, the budget we are bringing for your discussion and action this evening includes that additional $4 million request. Therefore, I'm recommending that in your budget request you adopt here this evening, that you recognize the updated state revenue figure that Chris is, he's going to walk through this here in just a second, and then maintain that additional $4 million in local revenue I've included in my recommended budget. So, Mr. Hartlove, if you will, and then we will respond to any questions.
Sounds good. Good evening, board members, Commissioner Weaver. We'll get right into it. Start with county revenue. As the superintendent included in his proposed budget, we are requesting an additional $10,404,540 in ongoing revenue. Now, last year, we also received $1 million in one-time revenue. We're not requesting any one-time revenue. So you see, kind of, we broke it down here a little bit, so folks can understand it. From our perspective, we're looking at a $10.4 million increase. That's $4 million above what is in the county plan. Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Harlow, can I just clarify? We didn't ask for one-time funding last year. We asked for the 5 million of ongoing and got 1 million of, right. And so that's the reason, part of the reason for the 4 million additional request this year of ongoing funds.
Exactly. And I wanted to break it out this way because it gets confusing. If you look in the county's budget book, you'll see the figure 205,617. We wanted to be fair to them that if we receive $215,022,400, it's actually a greater than $9.4 million ongoing increase. It's a $10.4 million ongoing increase. So we wanted to recognize that as well. So as the superintendent said, also we did get good news from the state. And the increase in the superintendent's proposed budget is approximately 6.4 million. We were actually receiving, when the governor's budget came out, we know that the number now is almost 10.3 million. So those are our new revenue dollars on not including restricted dollars that we typically don't talk about when we talk about our operating budget request. So total increase in revenue, $20,659,854. We'll talk about the expenditure side. None of this has changed since the superintendent's budget was released. Biggest ticket item here is the BOE's share of employee benefits. This represents a little less than a 5% increase, $2.3 million. Bus contractors, this is the same number that we've been discussing since the beginning of December. It represents what was in the report that came out back late fall. Title I pickup, we've also discussed that quite a bit. We're hoping that this is a worst-case scenario. We may be able to revise that as spring goes on, and maybe we'll be able to revise it down a little bit. National Board Certified Teachers, that's part of the blueprint, required part of the blueprint. eSmart pickup, this is a grant that went away that we want to continue those services, so we've included that. Again, none of these things have changed since the superintendent's budget came out. Non-public placements for special education students, this is just the reality that the costs are going up for those placements. It's not a number of placements that's driving us, it's the cost per placement. And they're looking at some of the same things we're looking at, teacher salaries going up and those types of things. As we add square footage to the Career and Tech Center, we need to add custodians to cover that. So this keeps the square footage per custodian the same, but because we have more square footage, we need to add more custodians. Insurances, a small increase there. Total increase in expenditures that we basically are baked into the ongoing cake here, $6,876,104. Those things again are all in the superintendent's proposed budget. So what we're looking at this year, because we had a change in state formula, we didn't really have a good grasp on revenue. We also don't have because of the requirements that come along with the blueprint, we also don't really have all of that 100% decided yet. So we approached it a little bit differently this year. We looked at our total revenues, less the expenditures that we know about. Those numbers come from the previous slides, to show that we have a balance available of $13,783,750. The footnote there is important: pending blueprint restrictions. And then, of course, this is not including these very costly items right here. Employee salaries and negotiation costs. A step for all of our employees, I believe, is $5.2 million. Each percent increase is $2.2 million. So you can eat $10 million up fairly quickly just with a kind of a typical type of raise for our employees. Then, of course, we have the other blueprint requirements. We're not getting these additional dollars from the state without expectations that we use those for things like pre-K and so on. And so some of those things are going to require additional expenditure spending. We've talked about the contractors as well, and then other system priorities that the superintendent, I think we talked a little bit about that at the work session. So that's kind of where our budget, where we're recommending that you kind of pass this forward as your recommendation, and we'll get into actual category totals in a moment. But this is kind of the important slide. We're looking at having this pool of dollars available to accomplish these things. It seems like a large amount of dollars, but when you start looking at the actual prices of some of these things, it goes by fairly quickly.
So, Mr. Hartlock,
I'm
can
sorry.
I just ask a quick question? So you said one step for, and I know this is all stuff that we went through at the budget session, just want to clarify. So you said one step was about 5.2 million?
That would be for all employees, yes.
Right, and then a 1% COLA was 2.2 million?
2.2, I believe, yes.
So one step plus a 2% COLA would be a total of $9.6 million.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So that's 9.6 million, and then, so that we would have an additional 4.2 million, but I recall you having a slide at the budget work session that laid out all of our priorities that added up to more than
Well, it was-
$13 million of possibilities.
Exactly right.
That we basically had to call that out to top priorities for the additional 4 million that we're talking about.
You've got it exactly right. And so even if we were to get all of these dollars, there's still a prioritization process that has to go through and a culling process through these. There's no way, we can't do all the things we need to do in 1 year. So we'd have to prioritize those and make decisions as to what we would be doing now versus what we would be doing in a future year.
And kind of to piggyback that, we heard in one of the public comments tonight how thin some of these positions you wanted currently are. We're probably starting to get out of, I mean, COVID is going to cause some mental issues, some psychological issues, some issues in school, but we're probably getting past where we can expect to get funds for any help with that, aren't we?
Well, we specifically for that, I mean, we'll get the dollars from the state. Not all of those will be restricted. So some of them we can make decisions with, and we could utilize those dollars for that as well as the dollars that we get from the county. So we would have dollars, but would they be specifically for those items? No, but we'd have to prioritize and make those decisions.
Just use this opportunity to reiterate again. I mean, this is why we're requesting and seeking additional funds, because we want to compensate our employees fairly. That's been a priority for 4 years. We have requirements that we can't just simply ignore or not do. We're required, that the money is going to be required for those priorities as part of Blueprint. And we have needs in our schools. We have needs. If you remember 3 budget cycles ago, we sat here and talked about, we identified 29 positions that we thought were important. Everybody thought, oh my golly, 29 positions, that's crazy. Well, really it's not. When you look at the resources that are required to deliver services to our students and their needs over an entire system of 25,000 students, that's a tiny little scratch to the surface. But we haven't been able to do it. We added 6 ongoing positions, 6 special ed positions in the last several years because we've been constrained by the amount of dollars that we get. And so when I hear people saying about, well, what do you need an additional, amount of money for? I have a list a mile long of things that we have recognized through budget town halls and through needs assessments and through zero-based budgeting and through looking at the data that suggests where are our needs, from listening to our teachers and our students and our parents talk to us. I mean, that list could be even longer, and we've tried to prioritize that. Then you compound that with pandemic-related issues of mental health and so forth. I don't know how to justify it any better than that. So,
and I could say, this being my last presentation, I started in this position in 2008, and pretty much immediately we went into the Great Recession, and then followed by, in this county, a demographic loss of K-12 age students for 10 years. And then we started to see the light at the tunnel, the end of the tunnel. We started to bottom out in enrollment. Enrollment started going back up, and then the pandemic hit. So this has been, maybe I'm the fault. Maybe when I leave, Maybe when I leave, the sun will start, but the entire time I've been here, it's been bad news. And I say that because I think we've been, in order to get through all those budgets, we had to do a lot of scrimping, a lot of saving, a lot of cutting. And I think it's time to pay the piper. We need to refresh some things. We need some resources to get us moving back in the right direction.
I can remember that night, and Dr. Lockhart had 29 positions up there, and I'm going, and here we are today, and we're still chipping away at it. And even after we approve this budget, we're still going to be chipping away at that list. It's not over.
Right.
So tonight we decide this, and then we'll have other meetings, and we'll decide then what we're going to chip away at.
Yeah, I think the next steps would be get the request to the county, get feedback from the county, learn more about the requirements from the state for the state's dollars, start to generate that list of things that we would do if we get the entire amount, start to prioritize, and then at the end reconcile that list to the ending revenue that we get.
Just to be clear, I think we already have that list.
Yes.
We just have to figure out how to prioritize
That's
it.
right.
Like, so we have a list of our top priorities that is way more than the funds that we're asking for.
Correct.
And so it would just be, where do we draw the line?
And
right?
we've been working on that for several years, and I think if any of our teachers were sitting here, they absolutely would agree that compensating employees and being able to track folks is really important. Also important is being able to provide the support to those teachers so that they don't have to also try to be the counselor and the therapist and the psychologist and the whatever behavior interventionist while they're trying to teach everybody in the classroom. So I think that they recognize, and we heard from our teachers about special education support over the last few years, et cetera. So, Mr. Herbert.
And I think when you directed those meetings that we had at schools in the evening, that it was very open, it was a great discussion, and that really did help you prioritize what we needed. And when we said when you added those 6 special ed positions, that's a big deal. And we still have this list, and we still need to chip away, and it's still not done.
And we have 8 positions that are currently being funded through fund balance that we have to figure out how to get ongoing funds to continue supporting those or cut those out.
Right.
Thank you for mentioning that. I'll say that as another another example of, okay, well, then how do we just try to make it happen even though that's not sustainable? Thank goodness we did, because of what, we couldn't anticipate what was coming. But, we're trying to do those things. We're trying to get those supports out to schools. We're trying to help our teachers, our students particularly, and, that's not a sustainable way. We can do it for a while, but it's one-time money doesn't reoccur.
So I would say that, this is a good budget, and it's a good first step towards getting us back on the right track. And also, we have the state initiative that that we're going to be implementing as well. So hopefully this is the beginning of many good budgets going forward. But I think it's a good budget, but I think we're going to have to prioritize and make some decisions about what we want to do with the opportunities that we have here. And I know there was some little confusion earlier on. We heard one of the comments about potentially the dollars going down. If you look at our budget overall, the actual budget is going down this year, and that's because in the current year, we have a very large amount of federal dollars plugged in. And we wanted to appropriate all those dollars in case we used them all in one year. But we really know those federal dollars are for a couple of years. So we put them all into the budget, which artificially made this year's budget look much higher. The 2022, no, where are we going? We're going into 2022, right?
Those are all those ESSER
Yes,
grant
those-
funds
yes.
that we received So those aren't reoccurring dollars.
Yes, they aren't.
Those aren't, right.
Right. So if you're looking at our, for those of you, and I know that's not many, but those folks that open up the budget book and dive in, you will see a negative number there. That negative number is not on our unrestricted side. It's because those federal dollars were in the current year's budget, and they're kind of dwindling down in the out years.
Did you get Mr. Scanlon straightened out then?
We did.
Okay, because that looks bad on us when it says that we.
Right. We understand.
Okay.
It was a legitimate question, but he's correct. He understands where we are.
Okay.
Yep.
And I was going to say, we do hear year after year, our teachers want to be compensated, and yes, we want to do that. But, we also live in a county where a lot of people, they don't want their property taxes going up. They want to make sure everything remains where it is, have a stable home and not pay more, and there's only so much money. It's unfortunate. Mr. Weaver, I know you have the money tree in your backyard. You need to shake it.
If I can just address that one moment. The commissioners are looking at quite a few things right now. One is fire and EMS service new to the county, which is going to be 200 employees within the next couple of years. We're going to add at a significant pay raise. We have the police force we have to look out for and keep strong here in the county. And we have education, which is presently about half the budget. But you add the three together, plus all the infrastructure and everything else we have, we're talking multi-millions of dollars added to the budget. And you're right, the only way you're going to probably get that is a significant tax raise over years. It isn't going to happen at once. I mean, you already have assessments going up, which is the state of Maryland, but that property tax rate has stayed the same for the last basically 10 years or gone down. But in the future, it's going to take millions and millions, and it's going to be taxpayer dollars doing that. And you're going to see some significant increases, I believe, in the home tax rate here in Carroll County. So
there's only so much to go around, and
the
believe me,
more-
I get it.
And the more services that are needed, we're to the point now, we have some one-time money, but that's it. We don't have ongoing money. And if you look in the out years, it's not there. And it's not coming in. So there's going to be some really hard choices to make. And from the county's point of view, we're going to have to either cut services that we do or bring in more revenue. And that's where we're going to be stuck here. And it gets 25, 26, 27, 28, it gets a larger gap in there. So we're going to have to really think about where our priorities are and where we're going to need to go. And right now, we're looking at employees, human resources, and human resources, I guess, are our biggest thing we're going to be needing in this county. We need people. We do need the fire and EMS. We do need the teachers. We do need the police force. And I think they're going to be priorities, plus we need everything else out here if we're going to keep up what we're doing. And I shouldn't say this publicly, but I should say, we'll just quit snow removal. Boy, that would not go over well. People couldn't get to work. We can't do those things. Once you start things, you can't bring them back. So we're going to be facing some real challenges in this budget coming up. And I think next week, 23rd, whatever week that is coming up here, we're going to have a chance to sit down and talk about this. And I think the two boards are going to have to get realistic and start discussing things back and forth and where we are going with this. Now, we haven't even started looking at our budget yet. I mean, you guys are way far ahead on that, as usual. And, of course, then we have to wait for the state budget to come in and see where they're going to be. But I think we have to have open discussion about priorities here in the county. And, school system is a major priority on that, but it's not the total priority. So we have to work together to make these things happen. And you don't have a thing there that you don't need. I understand that. Plus, your list goes on and on. And but there's 100 agencies out here, 100 hands out for the same pot of money.
Yes.
So we have to make some decisions on that, so. And I said, next week or 23rd, we will start, be very open about it and discuss it between the two boards.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
There's no other questions for the for the operating budget. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I now need a motion to adopt the food service budget.
Actually, Mr. Collier, I think we need to put the category totals up. I think we typically do that. So you can, I think Mr. Sexton is putting up the, we have the category totals that match this. So you can kind of approve the entire, you see the total that you're approving and so on.
Bear with us, please.
Okay, so these, basically, your motion would be to adopt the category totals as reflected, as they were reflected.
Can you read it?
So, yes, so as you can see, the total budget is $396,715,711. We have the revenues, obviously they match, and you can see the total from the county, total from the state. The use of fund balance in here, that's maintaining those positions that we talked about. And that's it. So this is kind of the summary of what we had in the presentation.
Of the operating.
Of the operating budget, yes. So I don't know if you want to, I don't know if the correct thing is to go back or just, I guess this is fine just to say these were reflected in the minutes, these totals were.
Yeah, essentially, we approved that.
Okay. So then the next is the food service budget, which is in effect, a self-supported function. And the revenues are $8,552,314. And we are specifically, coming into the pandemic, we were in pretty good shape. We're now in very good shape because all the lunches we're getting federal dollars for every lunch. So we're in very good shape fiscally right now for the food service budget. No meal price increase. Of course, nobody's buying the meal, so it wouldn't matter anyway. Making a lot of sense tonight.
Okay, so we need a motion to approve the food service budget itself.
So moved.
Second, and then any discussion or questions? And that's, how many years has that been doing?
When I first came in 2008, we were in deficit, and not any of my doing. It was, we got Ms. Sarno on staff, and I think by 2012, 2013, we were solvent from that point on.
Great.
Yep.
Any other questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Now a motion to approve the debt service budgets.
And the debt service, these are dollars that are spent on our behalf by the county. Actually, these figures come right from Mr. Zaleski's department. So, but they are on our behalf, and they are part of our, technically part of our budget, so.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
A second? Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I need a motion for the approval of a memorandum of understanding for the construction of a structure by Carroll County Public School students on Carroll County government property for the use of a community media center of Carroll County.
So moved.
Second?
Okay, board members, this item highlights one of the many positive partnerships that exist in Carroll County. In this case, the Community Media Center, or CMC as it's known, has worked with the staff and students at the Carroll County Career and Technology Center to have students design and build a pretty involved storage facility. It's a large facility that includes electricity and environmental controls. The project requires a joint agreement between the board, the county, and the CMC. Our legal counsel and staff have worked with the county on an agreement to formalize the effort and allow that work to proceed. Both Mr. Bill Eccles, our supervisor of CTE, and Mr. Richard Turner, the executive director of the Community Media Center, are here to celebrate the formalization of this partnership. And I certainly at this time would ask if Mr. Turner wants to make any comments. He is welcome to do so along with Mr. Eccles.
Thank you. Good evening. President Kyler, board members, Dr. Lockhart, Commissioner Weaver, it's a pleasure. On behalf of the CMC, I want to thank you for considering this memorandum of understanding, which deepens our partnership in addition to the internships and the hosting of the video classes for the CCCTC. And it's a great opportunity to have a living laboratory for the crafts that are being taught over in the rest of the facility. And of course, the great benefit of the CMC, which originally envisioned in 2003 an expansion to the building. There was a Plan B footprint, which never came to fruition, unfortunately, because of budget cuts. And we don't envision the ability to actually build that structure. So this storage unit actually gives a great opportunity for the students who are involved to have hands-on and hopefully come back in years and be able to see, yes, I built that, I made that addition. Of course, it's a great benefit to the CMC to be able to store equipment, which currently is in our classrooms and occupying other points in our facility. So I really appreciate this opportunity. I think I also wanted to thank staff, in particularly with those who are involved and help supporting us. Be remiss in not thanking all those who helped us through this memorandum of understanding, but the continued partnership that we have.
And I would just reiterate what Mr. Turner said, that we've had a good partnership over the years. Many years ago, there was great foresight in putting the CMC adjacent to the Career and Tech Center so that we could do great things together. And I also would point out that this is excellent timing to have this celebration happen during CTE month here in February. So thank you for that.
Set up for this. Oh, okay. Any questions?
No, I just think it's a wonderful opportunity for our students, very practical experience, so.
This is a fantastic partnership. This is the exciting and happy stuff. Happy to have some great news tonight.
A lot of good construction going on over in that area, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
It'll fit right in.
Thank you, Mr. Turner, for being here this evening. Appreciate it.
thank you.
Mr. Eccles, thank you.
These are the opportunities I love seeing.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I need a motion for the approval of transfer of school bus contracts.
So moved.
Second?
I'll second that.
So,
Dr. Locke?
Yep, board members, these are a series of transfers among the entities comprising one of our large school bus contractors, and you know we bring you these from time to time.
I talked to Diane, and she really wanted to be here tonight, but her dad's still in the hospital, so she just wanted to, and was having a procedure, so she said she really wanted to be here, but she couldn't be. She needed to be with her dad. That's important.
Any questions, board members? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I now need a motion for approval of the 2022-2023 school calendar amendment.
So moved.
Second?
I'll second. Dr. Joyce, give me first, I'll second.
Dr. She beat you.
Yep. All right, board members, this is a item just to amend. It's a very simple amendment to your already approved 22-23 school calendar. There's a professional development day in October, and it is there to align with the annual MSEA conference. Unbeknownst to us, for the first time in, I guess, a long time, the date that fell on was moved. So we are simply adjusting that October day, which is a professional day for our staff, let me find the right date.
October 21.
From October 14th to October 21st.
So October 14th will now be a school day.
That's
and
correct.
They're just flipped.
Yep.
Any questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I now need a motion for the approval of appointments. Second?
I'll second.
Dr. Lockhart.
Okay, give me 1 second here. Thank you. All right, I'm very pleased and under approval appointments to bring you a recommendation for the position of Chief Financial Officer. As we discussed this evening, we're saddened Mr. Hartlove is leaving us for a new opportunity, but we're grateful to be able to find a very qualified successor right here in Carroll County. Mr. Rob Burke has served for many, many years as the comptroller for Carroll County government. Mr. Burke meets and exceeds all the qualifications for the position, including having experienced in public sector finance and accounting. Mr. Burke's a CCPS graduate. In fact, we're the same graduating class at Westminster High School. And he's active in our community, serving on various boards and professional organizations. We are very pleased to have stability and continuity in the Financial Services Department and recommend the approval of Rob Burke for the position of Chief Financial Officer.
Was he well-trained?
No comment on this, but you are getting a fantastic financial person. And you're losing a fantastic financial person.
Yes.
So, but outside of that, I refuse to make a comment at this time.
Good protest.
Any other questions or comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I now need a motion for the approval of personnel action items.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Dr. Lockert.
Board members, for the monthly personnel action items, they're detailed in your agenda packet: 6 new hires, 1 broken contract, and 2 leaves of absences.
Board members, any questions?
I'm
All
happy
the-
to see two RNs on here. Good news.
Yep.
Yes. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I now need a motion for the approval of virtual snow day plan.
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
Okay, board members, we recently received from MSDE a opportunity to apply for the ability to utilize virtual inclement weather days. I'm going to give you just a tiny bit of background, and then Ms. McCabe will give you an overview. In order to be approved for that, we had to submit an application to the Maryland State Department of Education. I've already done that. We've already been approved. One of the requirements is to bring it to the Board of Education for discussion. I am recommending your support for that. We only had 3 snow days built into this calendar this year. We've used 3, not all for snow. Currently, our last day of school is, for students, is Friday, June 10th. This would give us the ability for future inclement weather days to hold virtual instruction, and Ms. McCabe will get into the details of what that would look like and how we would communicate that. And the real idea here is providing synchronous instruction to students on those days in a briefer capacity. She'll explain that, for the purpose of not taking us too far into June beyond where we already are. And I certainly want to get into conversation with the board and hear some of the pros and cons you may have with that. We do have some experience with virtual instruction. So we thought it would be good to have this in our tool belt, if you will, as something as an option, but wanted to make sure there was support from the board before we moved forward with it. We've done a little bit of background and making sure we're ready.
To clarify before the background, this is for this year only with no assumption that it could happen next year or not happen.
That's correct. The application we got from the state was very clearly marked as a 1-year only, and there could be something for us next year, but
Yes.
this was for this school year only.
Okay.
Okay, so does that means that we can't carry it over to next year, or you think that there will be additional guidance from the state next year?
I don't know. I think it means we can't carry it over, and it means we'd have to reapply if they put something else out for next year.
Okay.
So with that, Ms. McCabe.
Good evening. As Dr. Lockert said, our students are used to virtual learning now since they've done it during the pandemic, and the state has given us a pathway to use virtual learning on a snow day. So for us, our middle school and high school students already have their devices. They take to and from school each day. They would be using those devices at home during the virtual learning day. We are in the process of distributing the rest of the elementary laptops. They are coming in fast and furiously, which we're very excited about. We were afraid they were going to be out at sea on those shipping containers forever, but they are coming in, and we are getting those distributed. We also did get the results of our elementary parent survey. We surveyed our elementary students' parents so that we could determine how many laptops or devices we may have to give out if we go to a virtual snow day. So we have that information. Each principal has that information and knows who they would need to give a laptop to and the process by which they would do that. As far as the instructional day goes, each school would follow their 2-hour delay schedule on a virtual day, and the 2-hour delay schedule would be communicated by the school. And they would do that as soon as we knew that we were going to use an inclement weather day as a virtual day. The school day would be 4.5 hours long. It would also include a lunch and any breaks within that time. But for the class time, the teacher would be synchronously with students during the entire class time, and that could incorporate large group, small group lessons, group work for the students, but the teacher would be on the entire time. So all of the time that students would be online, they would have their teacher with them. As far as accommodations go, students who receive service would hopefully be able to get most of their services delivered in that virtual environment, just like they did when we were virtual during the pandemic. There will always be some services that we can't give virtually, and they would be made up. Students who are not able to join us for virtual learning would have the chance to make up the work as well. And then counselors would also be on hand and available during a virtual inclement weather day. So our guidance counselors at the elementary level do lessons each week with different classes. They would still be doing those during a virtual day. And then if students wanted to have time with their counselor at the middle and high school level, they could put in a request to do that, and they would be able to meet with their teacher or with their counselor during that time as well. So that's an overall plan. As far as communication goes, as I said, as a school system, we would send out the information about your decision tonight, and then schools would follow that up with specific information for students who go to their school. Any questions?
I'll also just add briefly. So I've seen some other districts in other states utilize this year and previous years. Takes a little bit of extra communicating on our part, and Mr. Hardesty and his team will be critically important in our weather forecasting, as we're going to have to make sure, to the best of our ability, if we think there's potential for a weather event, from the time kids are leaving school till the next day, we're going to be sending reminders about there could be a virtual inclement weather day. We're going to ask everybody to take their laptops home, be prepared for such an event. So that would include our teachers as well. So there's a little bit of a legwork on our side, a little bit of trying to predict. Do we have to do this? It's not completely foolproof in that, there's always the possibility that something could come along out of the blue that we've somehow met. I mean, if we had we were speaking of the crystal ball earlier, if we had that for weather, we'd take that on the road. But to the best of our ability, we would try to get out in front of that, to inform everybody, be prepared, this could be, and then we'd have a successful go at it.
Mr. Vigney?
I just had a couple of comments. I think this is a really good idea. We had talked about this as part of our school calendar planning and part of the pandemic, and okay, well, let's look at this as a silver lining of being able to get laptops for the vast majority of our students. It would have been nice if we had had some guidance a little earlier in the year so that we could have built it in before this point in time. But I think it's really good to do it this way, because tacking on days at the end of the year just is relatively useless, and it doesn't help like the AP classes and things like that, like get in their material before the exams in the late spring. So I think that overall this is really good. I would hope that we would be able to get it carried over or get some guidance into the future from the state, because I'd love to consider this as part of our school calendar planning in future years. If you build in, okay, we'll give the kids 2 days of snow days, right, to have fun in the snow and be kids, but then after that, it'll just be virtual, right? So get kind of the best of both worlds. So I hope that we can make a push to have this approach be permanent. But I'd also just like to make one final comment about needing to be respectful of parents, right? Like, we don't want to abuse it, right? Because it does throw parents' schedules into a tizzy when they have to stay home. So it's like, we just want to make sure that we don't just call it willy-nilly, right?
Our preference is always going to be have our students with us in school. However, we're also not going to take any chances with student safety. So the days will be called just as they always are. And again, I recognize sometimes that's hit or miss too. We always get lots of feedback when we make these calls. But point taken, and certainly you can expect us to follow our normal protocols for student safety.
Weatherman's the only person allowed to get it wrong and still have a job. That's right.
Ms. Herbert?
This is definitely better late than never, and I will tell you, teaching in a high school after after Memorial Day, forget it. I am being honest. It's very difficult when you're in a high school situation and the seniors are out, they're practicing for graduation, and it's very hard to get them all together, and you fight it every year, and we accomplish that. But it is difficult, and if it stops us from having to add days on at the end of the year, that would be great. When are you looking, or do you have a date that this might be implemented, or next snow day?
Immediately.
Tonight?
Well, I'd like to get some feedback from the board, and
Right.
let me make a comment first. First of all, you're right, Mrs. Herbert, and Ms. Savigny, you mentioned this as well. One of the reasons that we think this is a good idea is because yes, I do believe kids should have the opportunity. I'm sorry all the snow days weren't really snow days, but get out and have a good time and make that your own day for fun in the snow. But a 4.5 hour virtual day in February, I believe, and we believe, has more value than June, you name it, after whatever, when it's not nearly as valuable. It can still be current. It can still be part of the learning here in February with things to come, keeping as opposed to trying to tack it on to the end. As it relates to when do we want to do this, I'll jinx it by saying this. We're not seeing any impactful weather in the next week.
Sunday, they're saying possibly.
What's today, Wednesday? Okay, well, this week. Board members, if we use another day that brings students back on Monday, the 13th, Ms. McCabe, I need to look to you for readiness levels of schools and principals and teachers. We have a couple options. I mean, we could have one or two more just regular snow days if we need them, but that brings us into the next week. Or we could do our best, but I need to hear from Ms. McCabe.
We could do either. It will be a bit of a scramble for us to do it on the next snow day, only because we're, in the process of distributing laptops at the elementary level. We've got our techs out there helping with that. And we need to get the loaner laptops out at the same time for the virtual snow day. So, but we can do it. So whatever the board decides, we will be able to implement.
So how much time do you think you would need to actually get the laptops distributed?
Steve?
And while you're looking that up, I'll just put in a plug for the elementary, and I'm sure the middle levels as well. Come mid-June, they're ready to go too.
Yep.
And all staff members included.
So at this time, Tech Services, they are imaging the brand-new computers. They are actually inventorying them, putting the student's name on. They are delivering computers to 3 of our schools currently. They actually arrived yesterday and today. It is at Valley.
We're going to be good.
Manchester Elementary School, and Hampstead. Thank you, Hampstead Elementary School were the 3 that they were delivering. So they should be getting those computers out to the students in the next couple days. But it's going to take some time. It's going to take a couple weeks for all of the Tech Services individuals to deliver those pallets of computers. Now, with that being said, we did inventory our parents, and we know how many loaner computers that we would need to give out at each school prior to the actual one-to-one devices being given. So we do have that information so that if a snow day did occur, and we would just then give those students that device for that day, and then they would bring it back after the snow day so that we can re-inventory them again, because they'll be getting their one-to-one device in the near future.
Okay, and we have enough to cover that situation.
Correct. We do have enough. Testing is starting in the near future, MCAP and other testing, so we couldn't have them hold on to those computers, but we do have enough to loan them out for a single snow day or whatever the duration of the snow day would be, snow days.
But it looks like as I am looking here, the 14th and the 15th is going to be cold, but after that, it's in the 40s, 50s for like 2.5 weeks. So maybe we might be able to squeak that out, which would be absolutely wonderful. So that might be, but I'm not a weatherman, and you can always be wrong, and you're still right. So.
We get paid.
Yes.
And I think it's a good idea. I think moving forward, I love the idea of 4 snow days and then the mix of the two. My concern would be, looking at the prediction for this winter, it was the 1 and 2 inches, the stuff you've guys seen that you, I don't know how you flip a coin and decide which way it is, but also the prediction that this could be one of the Marches where we have a real blizzard. If this gets set up by March, you could end up with 4 days or whatever, but you're comfortable that's fine. You're ready for multiple days, and I guess, to me, you got to let the chips fall where they do. If power lines are down, if kids lose, that's life. That's life.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we've built in, that's why there's plenty of opportunity for kids to make that up or get that if something like that were to happen, or they had some connectivity issue, or we experienced all that over the last
Yeah,
10 years.
we always had students who, for whatever reason, were unable to get on that day, and they were able to make up any of the work that they had missed.
Okay. Do we have any coverage for, let's say, a teacher lives in a particularly bad internet connection area, and they lose power or whatever with a snowstorm, but only certain teachers, right, would lose it. How do you handle that situation if a particular teacher is not able to get in?
And Don, if I can add to that question, is there any liability? Suppose we get 4 inches of snow, and I just as soon ride into school and do this from my classroom, Can you do that? That's not a liability issue, right? Because that's my choice.
No,
But if the
if it-
parking lots and all haven't been cleared, you're not allowed, or you shouldn't be allowed to come in. I'm sorry, Mrs. McCabe, I jumped in on that.
So on days where we're doing a virtual day for an inclement weather day, our 12-month staff will still be coming into schools unless offices are closed. And so if a teacher or teachers need to come in and use their classroom and use our internet in order to teach virtually, they will be able to do that. It would only be, they wouldn't be able to do it if offices are closed. And if offices are closed, usually that means the snowstorm is pretty bad, and no one was able to get in. And in that case, that's an emergency situation. And if the teacher couldn't get on, they would notify the school principal, and the school principal would either use some kind of sub-plan, use the help of an instructional assistant to get work or to get instruction to those students.
Okay, and that whole process is already laid out
Yeah.
for, okay.
I was just going to say, I can remember there have been times when offices have remained opened, schools closed for 10 months staff. And again, I remember having a teacher just with that very thought in mind, I'll go to my classroom and get caught up on some things. Well, she got on the school parking lot and she was hung up for hours. And again, they told us at that point, well, when schools are closed for 10-month staff, they really shouldn't be coming in because, you know, the custodians need time to clear the
Right.
driveways and the sidewalks and all of that.
And if I may, operating on that 2-hour delay schedule will help with that. If it's not significant enough that we're not closing our offices, we still will have custodial crews at their normal time coming out to clear that, and that gives them a little extra time because we're not starting at the normal time.
And that's one of the reasons that we decided upon a 2-hour delay modified schedule, so that we could take into consideration the parking lots, and also what you were talking about, Ms. Savigny, with teachers ending up in circumstances where they're not sure how they're going to get instruction out to their students. We have a little more time, the principal has a little more time to solve some problems that may come up that day.
Dr. Lockhart, do you want us, I assume, if we just pass this, you're going to implement it as soon as possible, and if you're ready, you're ready, and if you're not, you work all that. You don't want us to just say
That's
2 weeks or a
correct.
date, correct?
And you don't have to vote on it. I was looking for your consensus of approval this evening. It's not required for me to get your, to get a vote. I was looking for approval. I think we can take this back, decide on what we believe want to make sure we're good, that the State Board has approved it. Frankly, I'd like to not have to go into the next week in June if we can avoid that.
Yep.
I'm hopeful that the next week or week and a half are weather-free, but you never know. So we'll work with the team, we'll figure out what our best date is, and then we'll start to communicate, hey, from here forward, they would be virtual snow days. And maybe that's the next, whatever next snow day we have, maybe that'll be a virtual snow day.
Ms. Herbert?
We haven't had very many positive things come out of the pandemic, but I can attest to this. This is a positive thing
Yep.
that has come out, and it is, as I said, it is miserable trying to teach kids, high school students, on June 18th, and it's 90 degrees out on the tennis courts, and they're absolutely miserable. And you're going, come on, we got to get another game in. You got to get another game in. And they want to lay down on the, I'm done, but this will definitely help. Thank you.
For those asking, why are we bringing this to you in almost mid-February? We just recently got this as an option.
Yeah.
And so we quickly tried to move and got the approval already, so.
It's great. Did you,
Well, as a senior and a student, I say the more snow days, the better.
Yeah.
This,
Yeah.
This makes sense from a practicality standpoint, so I guess it's okay.
I can tell you're smiling with or without the mask.
Thanks for your honesty.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I need a motion for the approval of instructional materials from the Family Life Advisory Committee. Dr. Lockert?
So moved.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have waited for that. Second?
I'll second.
Dr. Lockert?
Okay, Ms. McCausland, I know we have the Family Life Advisory Committee that recently met and approved instructional materials and are submitting that for board approval.
I have a question, ma'am. So since this is going over the childbirth process and how it happens and everything that's wonderful in between, is there discussion on postpartum and what happens to the mother's body after childbirth?
So Ms. Savigny was present that evening.
Yes, I was.
I was not, and my understanding was that when they presented the materials, that yes, they discuss the complete process.
Okay.
Part of that is taught using the model, which is what is up for adoption this evening.
Okay, because I was looking through it and I didn't see anything like regarding postpartum as far as like, you know, the possibility of postpartum depression, the changes a woman's body goes through. You know, I think I've even talked to you before that there was a video from a couple years ago from a Super Bowl commercial that it was mom, you know, mom came home and what she was going through postpartum wise. To be honest, if anybody showed me a postpartum video when I was in high school, I probably never would have had children. Just gonna say.
So I think part of the Family Life Committee's job or charge is to continue to work through the process, the new framework for Health 1, 2, and 3, and to discuss how those things will be delivered. We've been looking to adopt these materials for the past 2 years, and they're within our budget this year, and so we really want to get these purchased. I know the teachers are excited to have some of the updated materials to be able to utilize in the classroom.
And I'm glad to see that, you know, it does give the explanation, because there's so many times that the teens don't understand what risky behavior, what can occur. So it gives them a nice visual of you're not going to be magazine ready anymore after you had a baby.
Well, I couldn't be more pleased with how the meeting went a couple of weeks ago. And, you know, it was a really good and robust discussion amongst the community members. And also, Ms. Tobias and Ms. Hurst did a really great job of presenting the materials. So, and kind of aligning them with, so the new comprehensive health education framework for the state, like of outlining, say, these are the, you know, we're really trying to get the revised curriculum together for Health 1 and Health 2. And it's already existing curriculum to some stage, but just making sure that it aligns to the specific guidelines that are in that framework and making adjustments to it. Like all of this material already existed in our curriculum, but it was adjustments that were being made to it. And in order to buy these models, the what do you call it? Not like a live model, but a
Dummy?
Well, I mean, it's a physical model that the teacher can use to explain the process. It's a visual
right.
model.
It's a fantastic visual that kind of shows like how the pelvic bones move and accommodate things, and it talks about all the different stages, and so it's really a fantastic visual to help students understand the full process. And Ms. Hurst did a really nice job of kind of laying that out for everybody. So again, it's not completely new curriculum. It's stuff that already existed, but just adding some additional detail around it and like a word bank and things like that to try to help identify things. So there was really full support, I would say, from I don't think our minutes were in here. Like we did make sure that the minutes were drafted to say that there was unanimous approval on all materials from the Family Life Committee after a robust discussion.
And I think it's great to see a committee like this get kicked off and be also positive. But can you explain to everyone why the timing of this?
Yeah, so in order to purchase instructional materials, our window for being able to do that closes mid-March. And so we had already budgeted for the materials, hoping that we would get approval. And so we want to be able to purchase that with existing funds that we have and not push it off to a new year, because we're constantly trying to adopt new materials and equipment, so.
Thank you. Any other questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Community Advisory Council, Ms. Pataglia.
The CAC met on January 20th. I had spoke during my board events. There was presentations for the evening include selection process for the school media center materials, an update on the bullying policy, COVID updates, and feedback on the new recovery plan. I believe that was just sent out. And the council is scheduled to meet on February 17th if the board has an assignment for the group. And I guess the recovery plan, would that be?
No.
So, board members, I guess, matter our discussion as far as what would you like to assign to CAC or have them look into or think about or take back to their community?
Did we review with them the results, the results of the extent, the ELOs? Is that something that?
I don't think we did.
No. Does it make sense to review that with them and see if it makes sense to kind of incorporate into discussions of the strategic plans at the school level?
I know the curriculum council, had those presentations. But again, we're talking about a different audience here. Back.
Do you think that's something that would be good for CAC?
Looking at Dr. Locker to see if some direction.
Yeah, I'm not sure, for feedback for the school improvement teams, taking that through the Community Advisory Council. Yeah, I'm
When do they meet again?
Our next meeting is supposed to be February 17th.
Part of the problem was we were scheduled to meet earlier in the year. And because the board was going to have a discussion about CAC, we postponed the meeting to January 20th, which then means our next meeting is less than a month away.
Right.
I believe after that, our meeting is in April.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, they want
What?
you to say it's right.
I was going to say, that's a forum, if you're looking for additional feedback for your next superintendent, that might be a good place to gather
Yes.
feedback from.
It could certainly be a topic of discussion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a good one. I think we've been reluctant in giving stuff for the committee, and we need to. And I think that's a great idea.
I think they're very eager to have assignments from the board.
Yes.
We hear that from them all the time.
Yes. All right, so feedback on the superintendent search, if they can quickly gather that from eyes and ears from their schools and their communities, I think that'd be good. We can kind of send that out tomorrow if you can. And then I believe the board needs to start thinking again, too, of future things.
Yes.
I know with the redistricting committee for Freedom, was that still something that was ongoing, or is that something that needs to start up again?
So the Southern Area Redistricting Committee has already started.
Okay.
And I believe we brought that, which meeting was that, John? You don't need to come up. Just which month was it? December.
Okay.
Right, so we shared that with the board.
Right, so we were about that one.
Okay.
All right, so
Superintendent search update. All board members have signed confidentiality agreements for this process. We want to be as transparent as possible within those guidelines. We started by looking at possibilities for a consultant to conduct the search. On December 8th, the board approved a professional service contract with MABE. We met with MABE virtually on December 21st and met face-to-face with them in January. We advertised a stakeholder survey, collected the results, and reviewed it. We approved the application and all associated paperwork and opened the application process on February 1st with a deadline of March the 7th. MABE is screening the applications as they arrive. We will adopt interview questions and review applications. The initial interviews will start at the end of March and continue through the end of April. We will include an update of this process at every regular monthly meeting.
Good deal.
I don't see any questions, right? Any unfinished or new business?
We had seen kind of today regarding public comment and in prior meetings, some of the issues we were having. I mean, obviously, we moved the podium. We added verbiage to the statement. I don't know what else we could potentially do. I've thought about, could we not record during public comment, so there's no longer any live feed or video of that, because we do already have it in our minutes, who speaks. I think the board, we need to look into that and see what we can do. It's a protection the way I see it, it's a protection for the community, for anyone that comes and speaks, so they are not feeling like they're being harassed, intimidated against, bullied in any way, shape, or form. Whether it's a student that comes and speaks on something that is completely different than what another side believes. So,
And I think we also do get some that come to speak, to be taped and to be visible. And I guess along with this, do we want to limit the numbers, or, today was about an hour, I guess, and if that's what it is, we want to be open and transparent, right? And I thought it was very well behaved. I think when Teresa spoke, somebody was talking or something, but I don't think they were, I think they were just talking to each other. I don't think they were being rude to her. So I think it was pretty well behaved, but I don't know, what's everybody think about the taping, and do we want to limit it?
I don't necessarily, I mean, I think we should try to keep an eye on what might be happening on social media and stuff like that. Make sure that there isn't any bullying going on, like kind of try to monitor the situation a little bit. But I thought it was mostly respectful tonight. Most people, there were several people that didn't listen to the comment of, please direct your comments to the board and the board only, right? They were still directing comments at the floor, at the audience. And I think we just want to reinforce that. Like that was a new thing that we added this time, right? Because we wanted to kind of stop that. That's why we moved the podium over, and we wanted to stop people pointing to members of the audience. So, but I think if we just reinforce that, since this was the first time that we had added that verbiage, I think that if we reinforce it, it'll continue to get better. So I think just kind of monitor and make sure things stay on the level.
Okay. Ms. Herbert?
Right, and they know they're going to be taped, and we have not changed anything. So
Yep.
that's what's happening right now, and I don't know if we need to move the podium up a little bit more. I know why the podium's there. Do we need to move it up a little bit more? Because they have a tendency to preach to the crowd. So if we move it up during, I don't know if we can or not, though, physically. If they want to do that, we need to move it up there in front of that first chair so that they can't be looking back to the crowd.
I think it worked.
They know that they're going to be recorded.
And I just need to say one thing, and we need to keep commenting, this is important. If I'm done by 10 o'clock, Commissioner Weaver owes me $50, so I want to get through this.
All right, well, let me say it real quick. Okay. The only reason why I asked about us stop recording, and this is what happened. I had a parent reach out to me who does not have social media. And she said to me, my job has put me on notice. She goes, I don't have social media. I came and spoke thinking freedom of speech, I can let you know my feelings. And now a clip of me is posted on social media and I don't have an account. And now I'm put on notice at my job. That's a problem. We don't want our community to feel like they're being intimidated against, that they can't come speak freely in public. And I think that's a problem. That is a huge problem when we allow that.
Well, I'm not sure we're allowing anything other than what we've always allowed, which is you can come give public comment. Public comment is so that the public can hear
Right.
what you're saying to the board. It's hard. I appreciate what you're saying, Ms. Battaglia. It's hard for us, and we don't want to get into the business of monitoring everybody else's social media and what they do or say. We heard about cyberbullying. We have a hard enough time keeping up with that with our students and the impact or the nexus at school, as Mr. Streeter would say. So, unfortunately, sometimes people are going to do silly things with clips or whatever they might find on the internet, but that is hard for us to control. And I'm not sure taking away the video of public comment, I don't know how favorably that would be received, and I don't know if it solves if it creates another problem.
I think a lot of people value it, and we want to be transparent. Any more comments?
Yes, I was just going to add that, again, to be open, to be transparent, let's continue with the videotaping. And again, as you said earlier, right after the citizen participation, you certainly said that, we welcome the feedback, and we're here listening, taking notes and receiving what's being shared. So, let's continue to do it that way.
Yeah.
And again, I understand what Mrs. Battaglia was saying, but like Dr. Lockhart said, we really have no control over, media pages and who's doing what with these clips once they're available.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think we made some little adjustments tonight that seem to be positive overall. And I would just like to take a moment to reinforce the message to the community of, please be kind. Right, there's no reason to, what did you say earlier? If you're not willing to say it to somebody's face, please don't say it on social media.
Keyboard.
Just, yeah.
Yeah, it was if you can't say it to someone's face, don't type it. Go shake the money tree.
Okay. At 4 p.m. on Wednesday, February 23rd, there's a joint meeting with the Board of County Commissioners in the boardroom at 125 North Court Street. At 5 p.m. on Wednesday, March the 9th, there's a board meeting with citizen participation in the boardroom at 125 North Court Street. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Second. All those in favor?
I'll second that.
All those in favor? We're done?
Aye.
Thank you.
And we don't have to go back.